I believe we are live. Hello, hello, stream. Hello, hello. Today, I woke up like shit. But that's okay. I stayed up last night, actually. I ended stream. I came back to my computer because I kind of started having some ideas about my story, Aetherian Moonlight, which is about this guy, Shiro, in a fallen world. And, you know, these are AI images, clearly. I have no shame in using AI as an inspiration piece. But I have many, many other photos and notes and things that I've been writing. But I want to legitimately write better and more. So today we're gonna do some stuff. Can you guys see Discord? You can. New unreads, YouTube notifications. Oh my god, I'm live again. Okay. By the way, if you happen to see this part of the stream, this is my Discord server. You can join it. There's a description or in the about page or whatever below the stream. You should be able to see an invite link to the server. You're more than welcome to join. There's an entire writing section dedicated to writing Aetherian Moonlight, where I've got a lot of my notes. A lot of this is outdated, so I kind of need to reread this and like edit it. Here's a chronological summary of what you've pitched so far. Apocalypse and backstory. The story begins with an apocalyptic event that destroys the Sky People, known as the Aetherians, because they live in the ether. Divine beings living on floating islands. This catastrophe leads to the fall of these islands, causing the death of most Aetherians, including Shiro's mother, Shiro's parents. Well, I guess mother, his father, a mortal mercenary, also dies in the apocalypse, leaving Shiro as an orphan. I do want to edit my my appearance real quick. My custom theme. What's the third color? Red? Turquoise even? Like a really bright turquoise. Like a greenish turquoise. Yeah, that's good. Sure. I'll take it. Okay. Leaving Shiro as an orphan in the quote-unquote dome. So the dome maybe if I just start writing kind of more raw, then I can like edit this stuff later. So like these are kind of just raw copy and pasted whatever I was working on with AI at the time. I have switched from OpenAI to using Claude because to using Anthropic. So I use Claude rather than ChatGPT, is what I should say. Aetherian Moonlight. All right. We are not generating images right now, only story building. I was generating images last night. I have no, not Steam. I have an entire images page of some stuff. This is Shiro's sword. I have this idea that Shiro will have this like tsuba, if you don't know what that is. In a katana has like a guard. And this guard is called the tsuba. It's like where the thumb rests. It's at the very top of the handle right here. But rather than a normal tsuba, it would be a small metal floating dragon that spins around the handle. And I tried my best to get Midjourney to be able to create an image of it, but I think it's just too abstract. Like it doesn't understand that it's trying to replace the saya or the tsuba, and it kind of did it here actually a little bit, which is okay, but the dragon's way too Chinese and all that shit, and like it just had like terrible whatever. But like this is kind of closer. I love the pink with in the back with the white Tsuko wrap. It's pretty sick. I kind of like this plasma stuff. Obviously, the proportions are terrible. Like, it didn't even care to, like, render this in focus at all. It only wanted to do this. And even then, like, it's so bent and wrong and all that. But I don't know. I tried to make his legendary sword. This is Shiro's legendary weapon. And then I tried to make Shiro as well. But, like, a lot of these are kind of terrible. Like, this one's okay. This one in the bottom left is okay. I don't know. AI kind of sucks. Like it's good because it's like this is way better than anything I could ever make. But it's definitely more of a inspiration piece than it is canon. I have a lot of older images from like ChatGPT back in the day. This one is actually one of my favorites. It's like an entire like wallpaper. I think I made it with Sora though, so it was kind of a completely different thing. But I remember being able to actually like kind of manually edit parts of it, which was interesting. And yeah, I would even use this as like a wallpaper. But yeah, here are some like inspiration photos of the Sky Islands. Kind of. This would be. Well, I don't know what this is. And then this is Kuro's Black Blade. Kuro is Shiro's twin brother who will basically grow up in hell. This is Leonis after the fall, after the Ashen take it over. Leonis is like the main city that a lot of events take place. More photos of Shiro. This is inside one of the Sky Island trees. This is Leonis before the fall, before the apocalypse. There's a bunch of stuff. Yep. And then these are the Ashen ones, and this is the Ashen King. These are essentially like beings that live in hell. This is like near the core of the earth. They are basically just ever burning ashen soldiers. And then these are ironborn. They smelt blood into their weapons, creating, I don't know, like a power dynamic thing where they literally like have like blood farms to be able to make their weapons and gear. So And then this is Shiro and Kuro, pretty much. This is probably my favorite image of Kuro for sure. And then here's his black blade, kind of, but he's actually an ashen one. He dies as a baby, so he'll grow up as a kind of like an ember dude, but they'll eventually fight each other. That's a cool idea. Thank you. I wish I knew into which you meant that, to what reference, but a lot of this is just AI slop for inspiration. But that's okay. I'm going to write... I don't know why the fuck this is taking 10 years. Blood smelting. Yeah, so like the context of that is there's a world that goes through many different kind of like downfalls, multiple points in which the world is falling apart, and pockets of humanity, certain groups of people, in an attempt to take agency for themselves, to feel like that they actually have control over their lives, transfer that suffering, like the suffering that they've essentially had to go through, and they decide to inflict suffering upon other people, kind of flipping the narrative of like, the world doesn't make people suffer, we make people suffer. Like we are in control. So they use kind of like fear and stuff like that to rule kind of like a new like part of society after a bunch of shit happens. Let me close Claude because for some reason it's not working. Okay. Do the Smiths have a special name? Yeah, they're the Ironborn. Yeah, just Ironborn, because they're basically like using blood to feed their iron. There's a weapon. I'm trying to see how I could do some hemomancy with their weapons a little bit, but there's a weapon kind of inspired by Bloodthirster. It's a weapon in League of Legends where it will literally like absorb or like kind of like drink blood, and it will like heat up and basically like grow. Like it will melt the blood into itself, and like it will literally grow in size. So, but that's just a concept. Okay. Main chapters, main arcs and breakpoints. I have multiple arcs in mind. I feel like I should just talk, because I can talk to stream and then Claude can have it. I was going to say white-haired character looks a bit like Gojo. Yeah, Gojo and many others like Virgil from Devil May Cry and a lot of people are with white hair are definitely an inspiration for sure. I think the point of like the white hair is more of like it's a tie-in to wind more than it is anything else. But he also kind of has like the ability to harness and use plasma thanks to his katana. There's a lot of narrative reasons and stuff. I'm also waking up, so my brain is trying to learn how to function right now. Like usually it takes me at least like an hour or two before I really start feeling like myself, but we'll make it work. I haven't tried voice mode on this yet. I don't know if I can do voice mode. Hold to record. Can I not just chat with it? New chat. Press and hold to record. Okay, so you can't like do like a call, but I have multiple arcs in mind. The first one, there is a city called Leonis, and it will fall because of a inner political conflict. The main character that we follow in this arc, his name is Kaze, Kaze. He has um, two older brothers and a father who are all ingrained into the system, into the status quo of this city. And they are all in the military and, you know, figures of high society. They're really great martial artists. And so they pressure Kaze to follow through in their footsteps. But eventually, the city rots itself from the inside with corruption, and fellow citizens turn against one another. Huge civil war breaks out, and tons of assassinations are made, and people turn their backs on one another to the point where the vast majority of people in the city end up fleeing or dying. And Leonis is kind of left mostly as a ruin with only really scavengers left behind. At the end of it, all of Kaze's family is dead, including his mother, and so he wanders away from Leonis to find a new purpose. Did that not work? Are you fucking kidding me? Bruh. Hello? Oh, does it not have my input? Weird, what? Okay, hold on a sec. Settings. Oh, wait a minute. Hello, can you hear me? Sick. Okay. I have multiple arcs in mind. I don't like that it remembers everything I say and then it like rewrites it. That's kind of weird. Okay. Creative juices. Just listen to my story in my brain and say it out loud. I meant to press the fucking audio button. This is going great. This is going really, really, really well. What is wrong with Claude, bro? What do you know about my story, Aetherian Moonlight? Okay, wait, what? Does it not have access to this chat for some reason? That makes no sense. Why is it showing a blue dot on that? That's weird. Anyway. Projects. Aetherian Moonlight. Boom. Why is it not working? That's insane. Claude, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, nothing you're doing is working. Do you need an update? How do I check for an update? Add to project, Aetherian Moonlight. Chat moved. Okay. Okay, that's weird. Why is bro having like the hardest time? This makes no sense to me. Fine. I'll just write it out in a brand new thing rather than trying to use the same chat I had, because clearly it keeps scrolling me up as well. That's okay. I can just delete this chat. That's fine. We'll do a new one. Projects, Aetherian Moonlight. Memory, instructions, files, add PDFs, documents, or other text to reference. Upload from device. Open. Cool. Here's the chronological summary. Blah, 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 blah. Control C. Control V. And then prologue. Control C. Control V. What are these though? Interesting. What do you know about my story, Aetherian Moonlight? based on what you've shared. The world the story is set on is post-apocalyptic world caused by the fall of the Sky Islands. Twin protagonists. Core themes. Okay. Everything is... I shouldn't have to type it. I can just talk. Everything is subject to change. But generally there are... I'd say 3 to 4 main arcs I've got in mind. The first one is kind of like pre-apocalypse. It takes place on a smaller scale in the city of Leonis, following the character Kaze, who is Shiro and Kuro's father. He will go through a civil war in Leonis and come out with his entire family dead and basically the entire city in ruins without clear leadership or enough people to actually continue living there. So he leaves and becomes like a wandering Ronin, essentially. The second arc is kind of like the apocalypse itself. The princess will leave the Sky Islands. She is an Aetherian. She will jump to see what's beneath the clouds. She will descend safely due to the celestial dragon down to a hill where Kaze will be staying. Like that's where he built like a shack and essentially lives there. Long story short, they fall in love. And then when the blood of the divine and the mortal combine, the goddess of the Sky Islands sees this as the ultimate betrayal of her kind, of her species, and so she will destroy the Sky Islands. She will denounce her purity. Her bloodline is tainted, and so the Sky Islands fall on the day of Shiro and Kuro's birth. Okay, well, it stopped me there, so we'll go with that. Ground level political tragedy. The fall. The Sky Islands themselves will physically fall on the day of Shiro and Kuro's birth. Kuro will die because his divine blood is essentially seeing the mortal blood as kind of like an enemy from within, kind of like an immune disease where the body attacks itself. And so Kuro will not be able to survive outside the womb. He dies, becoming an ashen one. Shiro will be blessed by his mother. She doesn't know she's having twins. She's never had children. No Aetherians have ever had children. She will bless her child thinking that she only has one. And this blessing will only affect Shiro, which protects him from the same ailment that Kuro has. Both of Shiro and Kuro's parents will die. But Kaze will bring Shiro to what's called the Dome. It is a like apocalypse what's it called? Like a bunker. It's essentially a giant like science scientific like research facility that was transformed into a post-apocalyptic shelter for kind of like a last chance of humanity surviving, that Kaze found out about. And so Shiro will grow up there, and that will be the third arc. While he's there, he will encounter many people, including one that is a psychopathic boy who feels no disregard or has no regard towards others, and eventually he will kill people. And Shiro will have to defend himself and learn to take a life, but the way in which that happens I'll go into later. Mm-hmm. Okay, I gotta go feed the fish real quick. Okay, that was fast. Okay. The psychopathic boy doesn't have a name yet, but I do need to explain the way that the Ashen Ones work. The Ashen Ones are essentially this type of species, I'll say, that are humanoid, but they are made of like coals and like embers. Like their core is this like eternal like breathing ember that um creates like their core, their essence. They are covered in ash and soot, and they are basically like these dark, like smoke billowing beings that live in the towards the center of the planet. Anytime a living creature dies, after the fall of the Sky Islands, the physical matter will burst into flames, becoming ember and burning so hot that it melts straight through the earth all the way down to the core, where the Ashen Ones live, and will be reborn as an Ashen One. The burning would be involuntary because they're dead. This curse is called the Aspect of Ember. And it only begins on the day of Shiro and Kuro's birth, which is also the same day that the Sky Islands literally physically fall. And so the research facility or the post-apocalyptic bunker does everything that they can to like find out if people are dying, protect them from dying, and then if they are, they'll bring them outside to where they can die and create a hole. Because whenever a hole is created, the Ashen Ones will see this hole burn through, and they will attempt to climb up through that tunnel to the surface. There is an Ashen King. He has a sense of control over other Ashen Ones. I haven't really fleshed out that part yet. The Ashen King is the parallel to the Aetherian goddess. The Aetherian goddess is literally like some sort of like otherworldly, like divine alien that essentially comes to this unassuming planet and creates this divine paradise for her quote unquote offspring. But she will kind of use this like divinity of her power to somewhat like protect the world from any outer gods from interfering with this planet that she decided to kind of use as like her incubator to create more of her species. But unbeknownst to her, there is another outer god that has already burrowed towards the center, and that is the Ashen King that feeds off of death itself to create more Ashen Ones. I suspect that the Ashen King and Goddess don't know about each other because their physical existence is so far removed. Like the Ashen King is literally like buried in the center of the planet. Like unless you had some sort of like trans. Uh, telepathy. I don't see how you would know of each other's existence. At the very least, the goddess sees her bloodline or her creations as kind of like this pure essence that shall not be tainted. She designates one of her offspring as her heir, essentially, to replace her when her energy fades. And that is the princess. And so the fact that the princess decides to disregard the paradise and leave when she had everything she could have ever wanted and life was literally perfect, and then creates, literally mixes the blood with the mortal, that's when the goddess decides. That's when the sky falls. Da, 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 da. Okay. This raises a profound question. What happens to the goddess after? Does she leave? Does she die? Does she linger somewhere diminished? You know what? She could leave. I think that the goddess decides to abandon this planet because she sees the fact that it's populated with mortals on the ground as a potential fault point for her species, because her heir literally decided to go be with them instead. So she will go find another planet. It'll be like a giant beaming, like shooting star that starts in the atmosphere and shoots away towards the next cluster of exoplanets. Okay, I'm back. All right. Alora? Alia, probably. I don't know. Yeah. To continue what I was talking about earlier, the psychopathic boy will eventually kill multiple people, creating a breach in the dome, and the Ashen ones will climb up to the surface and kill even more people, basically as a snowball effect, destroying this facility. Um, so Shiro will have his first encounter with the Ashen ones and the psychopathic boy at age like 12 or something. During the collapse, Shiro is he's like locked away in the lab. He's basically a lab rat. The scientists know that there's something special about him. Wind seems to consider him to treat him differently. Like wind literally flows around his body not to interfere with Shiro, almost as if it's bowing as it passes. He grows up with the other children there. There aren't very many of them because people aren't super optimistic about the future of humanity and mortals in general. They're just trying to keep the current children alive because they have enough to restart humanity. Oh, what the fuck? the wind will blow away the lowly soldiers that end up getting anywhere near Shiro. So I don't think he'll actually even encounter them because they're mainly made of like ash. Even though they have like a burning ember core, if the ember core is exposed to the elements, also known as like the wind, it will cool down, and some Ashen ones will try to retreat back to the core of the planet where it's warm, or should say hot, and others will die because their core gets too cold. I think that in order for an Ashen one to survive on the surface, they must have a larger core, meaning they're probably physically larger, and they need to also kill living things because that will trigger the aspect of Ember, making them burn incredibly hot, basically having their new Ember soul be born within them. And then the Ashen one who kills them can absorb that soul to essentially make them grow stronger and keep their core warmer. Kuro will be an interesting case because he does grow, but he is the same proportions and size as Shiro. And his energy, his divine blood is always kind of fighting him, like always trying to kill him from the inside, even though he's an Ashen one. And so his body is going to be in flux, but he has kind of different powers. He can control gravity or manipulate gravity, um, or like its effect on him. And so he can actually pack mass very densely into a controlled point. So when he grows in strength, he doesn't have to grow by size, but he will grow in density but that density doesn't actually affect him weight wise because he can manipulate the gravity as well. Kuro knows he's different. He has a conscience. He has a soul, like a real like spirit essentially. The other Ashen ones, they don't retain the memories of the person or being that they were before they died. They kind of become more of like a zombie that are easily manipulated by the Ashen King. Kuro will eventually question the Ashen King because he doesn't really understand even the nature of what mortals are, or he doesn't even know that like the Aetherians even existed, but he will learn of the world above. But when he grows up, he definitely will uh, follow through with the culture that he lives within, a culture of feeding off death to keep your core alive, to keep the ember burning. And any living creature doesn't necessarily have consciousness. And by the time Kuro gets to the surface, humans are extremely rare. Some animals are mostly what Kuro can encounter. There are divine beasts and magical sort of like creatures that will start to thrive in the environment where mortals, also known as like humans, don't really exist very much at all. Yo, welcome to the stream. I'm just kind of brainstorming right now a bunch of my ideas. Isn't it risky to share your work on Twitch? What if someone will steal your work? I'm not really worried about that because my story in my mind is very like it's very interpersonal to me. Like it's I've done a lot of the world building and stuff in my mind already. And if somebody is inspired by the stuff that I'm working on, or if they like the ideas, like their story is going to turn out very differently. Plus, I have the VOD to prove if there ever was a problem. Like, hey, so like I'm actually the guy who like created it, and like you literally have the raw material to be like, yeah, so whatever. I don't know. It's not really a concern of mine. There will be a golem that has a mythos around it that has existed the entire time. Um, Mortals will see this golem as this machine, and there's a quote that I heard the golem only moves when the world is ending, or something along those lines. What is my favorite movie ever regarding fantasy and philosophy? Movies less so. I would say TV shows probably embody stuff a bit better, like anime for me. I mean, if you look at, you know, me, you could probably think I'm kind of an anime guy. If I had to pick a movie though, Blade Runner 2049 is really, really good. That idea of thinking that you're the chosen one and finding out that like you're not, but you don't even know if you're human or if you're even real, or if you're just a creation of somebody else and used for their agenda. Like that identity crisis in a world so completely fucked. Yeah, I just love that. Haven't watched that one, but it's on my watch list. I heard it's very good. Yeah, I think it's really, really good. You don't have to watch the original Blade Runner, but it technically is a direct sequel. Like, the events of the first one are important to the second one, but you don't technically have to see the first one because they're separate enough. Have you seen Brazil or Naked Lunch? No, I have not. I have never heard of those. In terms of TV shows, though, and like anime that are like main inspirations for my story, it would be like Game of Thrones and like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen's pretty good. Hell's Paradise is really good. Chainsaw Man, kind of. That's a little bit more of like a modern thing, less supernatural. Well, I mean, there's still like demons and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. You probably get a sense from those. There's probably, when it comes to like inspirations or like things that I like to think about, there's like a million, but generally, I kind of already have like this archetype in my mind of like the type of characters and like what other characters from other shows they're inspired by. Like Shiro is heavily inspired by Meliodas in terms of like he's super powerful. He's basically a demon and an angel in one. So it's a whole thing. Brazil has the dystopian vibe and paranoia about a chosen one that has to save the princess. The word Brazil has nothing to do with the actual movies. Cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, in my story there is a princess, but really all it is a vehicle of which the divine bloodline creates the two main characters, Shiro and Kuro. They're twins, but they have completely different lives to one another. They're born in a post-apocalyptic world, that is completely different from the ones that their parents grew up in. And I would say that a lot of my inspiration for this story is more kind of like inspired by a real life type of thing where we mix a lot of these like world ending propositions and like post humanity sort of like events. So it's a whole thing. I mean, the quote is not perfect, but whatever, bro. No need to glaze. The Aetherian goddess and the Ashen King are not the only outer gods that came to this planet. Similar to Earth in real life, of being in the Goldilocks zone where liquid water can exist, outer gods, especially when their home planets or whatever are under threat or dying or whatever, they will transfer from planet to planet. And so there are divine beasts like the celestial dragon and the golem that are real, and the Aetherians worship them because the goddess knows of outer gods. She is an outer god. The planet isn't in creation, it's a way station. Bro, this is how you know it's AI, is when it's like it isn't this, it's this. Da, 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 da. Are there outer gods still arriving? Is the apocalypse actually attracting to them? I'm open to the idea that outer gods can come into play, but I think they should already kind of be there at the planet, because the timeline of events of like how vast time and space are, it's not common for an outer god to be arriving to any such planet. And so there should really only be like a handful. One of these outer gods is the celestial dragon, and it is literally made of stars and like a nebula, but in terms of like it literally is made of like gas clouds and whatever, but it flies in space but was attracted to this planet because of the Aetherians and the floating sky islands. They would create festivals that celebrated the celestial dragon, and the Aetherians worship it. And it is what helps the princess safely descend to the surface. The golem is kind of a more mundane rock elemental that wanders the planet, but its motion is increased by the change of entropy of the planet. So when things are going crazy and the world is being destroyed, the golem will have more energy, it will move. And so mortals claim that whenever like a volcano erupts or there's a terrible storm, the golem starts to move. I like your way of thinking. I also dream of one day to write a script for a fantasy slash sci-fi movie, but my biggest dream is to actually direct it. But with AI becoming more advanced soon enough, everyone could make an actual full-length movie just with a prompt or script. Sure, there will be a lot of slop, but only the original ones will prevail if they're good enough. So yeah, AI is I mean, it's the hot button topic nowadays. I I don't know. I don't really think that AI will have the capability to write a full movie um, based off of a few things. A prompt is not enough information to actually create a full movie without a lot of the AI just making a bunch of shit up. Number two, it would also be too much information for the AI to have to create. And so doing this reinforcement world building that I'm doing, where I'm basically thinking of a certain problem or a certain part of the thing and then explaining it, will allow then the AI to create a script for me. So what I'm doing, I think, is kind of that, but on a level that I think AI is not really going to change too much from this. If we think about what AI is, it really just is like a next word predictor. And so we have less incentive to think that like the AI will be able to create more from less. Like sure it can, but the quality probably won't be there, or the accuracy especially won't be there. Because a story is very rich with detail and connection. And then, unless that is specifically explained, the AI won't have that context. And so it'll make up a bunch of inaccurate stuff. It's just kind of the nature of information more than anything else. But I also think it'll come to the point where it would be easier just to film something than AI to create it. So that's the thing, is there it's not about one or the other. Like we have a bunch of different tools at our disposal to lean into to create stuff. Like for me, my girlfriend texted me. She's cute. She just sent me a picture of her. Hell yeah. But for me, like using something like Midjourney, I've got oh hello babe. Like I'm creating images of my story. Like this is Shiro, or at least it's Midjourney's terrible attempt at recreating what I tried to create out of it. As well as like his sword and him in different contexts, and like the city of Leonis and Shiro and Kuro, and like all of this stuff is just made by AI, but like creating using different tools for different parts of the storytelling. Like these are the Ashen ones, and this is an inspiration picture for what the Sky Islands can kind of look like. This is Leonis before the fall, and Leonis after the falls down here. And so like there's a way to use different tools for like different parts of your story to like try to imagine the thing, see the thing in action, and then use that to revise and edit the story over and over and over again. This is probably like my 10th time sitting down, thinking about my story, rewriting it, retelling it over and over again. And what's important is not really what I have written down. It's more about the story in my head and having a cohesive like world built where the AI could ask me the question and I can accurately give it the information. That is way more important than the AI knowing or the AI creating it. The AI and the image generation and all that shit is way more of a tool to help my brain, the real computer here that is way more capable than AI ever will be. It doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't have the sheer amount of data and energy to be able to like take into the consideration of like the entire picture of things. It is computing stuff in a way to help inspire me and to ask me the right questions so that I can be the story. Let me get to a lot of the things you said. Sorry. I love to talk, so once you get me going, I'll just keep going. Same with coding. Some IT guy says it's easier to make code yourself than correct AI created. That's very true. Debugging code is much more difficult because if you don't even understand the structure of like what the code is created, then you need to like learn the way that the AI did it to know what's wrong, to know how to fix it. And that is a much more arduous, tedious task than just creating your own structures. A lot of the code that AI can write, as long as it works, then it's fine. But if it doesn't work, I would just throw it all out and like start from scratch rather than like debugging. That takes way longer. The accuracy is the most important aspect. Nice girlfriend. Hey, thanks. Have I finished psychology or philosophy? So I have not gone to college. I've had a weird upbringing. I grew up kind of poor, pretty poor. And I had no interest in school or learning or anything of that sort. I was a ballet dancer and a football player. And so everything that I did was very physical. And I was really good at those things. I actually was kind of like a golden boy growing up. I had a lot of attention. I was one of the best players on the team, and yada, yada, yada. Eventually, I lost those things, became super hyper depressed for like 5 years, ended up having a child during that duration of my life as well, which she's amazing, and I love her, and she's, everything to me, but I found my love for learning after graduating high school, but I barely graduated high school just to get it done with like a 2.7 GPA. I didn't give a fuck about like anything back then. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anybody to predict that. I'm like 24. My daughter's like 6. So it's a whole thing with me. But when I graduated high school, I did not care about learning very much at all. But then as I was super depressed and I spent a lot of time in bed just watching YouTube videos, starting to watch like science videos of like Vsauce and like questions about God and like a bunch of these other topics started getting my brain really like satisfied in that cycle of learning about the world and different ways to think about it, and learning how the brain works, and learning how human behavior is informed by these different things, and like putting the big pieces together from all the big questions was really satisfying. It kind of started the cycle and finally turned on the engine in my mind to be an intellectual. Lilith, can you fuck off? The cats are fighting again. I am also a science/philosophy enthusiast, even though I haven't studied it officially, only as a hobby on the internet. And that's the thing, is like, we live in an age where we have the tools to learn about literally anything we want, just straight up, in our pockets or on our computer or whatever. Like there shouldn't really be a, I don't know. I will go to school. I want to go to school as long as the fucking world doesn't collapse, which for me it kind of is right now. I live in America, so things are not looking great. But we have the capacity to learn, and I've taken that time to learn. And I kind of found my love for learning at like 19. So now for the last 5 years or so, especially like while I'm at work, I'm constantly listening to video essays and podcasts and debates and all of these different things to understand the world better from people who are smarter than me, who have actually gone to school, and learn from kind of like a secondhand situation. And then when I go into school myself, I will have all of this like context of the things that I'm learning about, that then when I'm there met with a lot more of the raw material, I'll already be there conceptually, and then it's more about learning more specific details, being a lot more rigorous with understanding the actual material itself rather than just the conceptual stuff. So, you live in Romania, or cool. Your country just landed in some big guns in our country. Yes, you are really young. I am 33 years old. I still feel like I could learn a lot of stuff. There's too much stuff to learn. There's an infinite amount of things, it seems, compared to our capacity of knowledge. So there really isn't a right answer of like what to learn, but I think I tend to be drawn towards the bigger, harder questions or the darker topics that are a little bit existentially troubling. Like, I have no problem facing the ideas of death. I have no problem thinking about basically any hard question, because I was so depressed for so long that I numbed my emotions out to the point where, like, I don't get scared or nervous or anything when I think about questions. And I'm unafraid to face whatever answers that I find. Like, there isn't really like a deterrence of like I'm an atheist. Like, I don't believe that there's any divine or even like purposeful giant power that created the universe on purpose. And even if it did, it's very unempathetic towards the existence of anything. It probably just sent off some sort of cascading effect and fucked off at best. But that is the best state of mind to have. Thank you. I've worked on it for a while. It took a lot of guts. I used to be suicidal, and I asked myself a lot of questions to try to find out whether or not, there was a right answer to anything. And the truth is, there kind of isn't. A lot of the time we like to say that, like, no, don't kill yourself. Like, that's the wrong answer. I don't even know if that's necessarily true. There are consequences, good and bad, to every single action. There isn't necessarily a objective moral framework. It is all dependent on a subjective lens of the individual, their connections to other individuals with their own subjective preferences, and then you can make an informed decision based on how well you understand your situation. And that is not as much of an objective truth of morality. Like, I don't think that there is an objective morality. I think morality is more of an appeal to emotion or preference. So I like to believe that either everything can be explained or nothing can be explained, or something in between. Yeah, that's what's difficult. We have the big question of consciousness. We are conscious beings, or at least we perceive ourselves to be conscious. Everything that we learn is through this filter, essentially through this consciousness, through our ability to sense data, to acquire data, to understand the world around us. But the consciousness that we are embodying at all times is like the least understood mechanism of the universe, and we literally are that thing. It is the most like absurd, contradictory, like mind-numbing mystery to me, because it genuinely is like my being, my essence, my existence is this very like magical thing that I take for granted, and I kind of just forget that it even fucking matters or affects like my perception of reality. And I am not a truth-seeking tool. Like, my brain is more optimized for survival than it is actual like truth seeking. And that contradiction, where I feel like I'm looking for truth, is not really true. And there's too much to go into here about this. But yeah, God could exist even with science facts as same as scientific facts can exist with a higher entity if we take into account higher dimensions and all that good stuff. Yeah, and that's why like everybody truly is a agnostic because nobody actually knows whether or not a type of being like that actually exists. It's kind of an unfalsifiable thing. And so the real question that I like to think about or pose is like, because we don't have direct confirmation of such a thing, how do you go upon living your life? How do you make decisions? What are kind of the weight parameters around the different ways that you live and, and like how you think and all of that stuff? Personally, for me, it is possible and easy for me to assume that there is no God, that there is no divine plan, there is no all omnipotent, omnipowerful, omnibenevolent being that is behind the whole thing. That makes more sense to me, not only in terms of like the way I see the world, but it makes more sense to me in terms of like how I act within this universe as well, because it makes my morality or my worth not dependent upon some other thing I have no proof of. It gives me that agency and that control back to say that, like the only thing that I am is me. Like I am not a child of God. I am not decided by some other out thing. Like if I want to be worth my salt, that all comes from here, like it's all a subjective experience within my own brain. And that makes life way more digestible, and I don't know, it makes more sense to me. It fulfills me to understand the world that way. Not that a God couldn't actually exist, but so far the most logical answer in a way is the classic "we are the universe experiencing itself." Fucking facts, true. Even though it sounds cheesy, it is also logical. It literally just is the truth. Like we are conscious beings that are perceiving the universe, but we are born of the universe, so we are the universe experiencing itself. It literally just is true. So there is definitely, we either imagine it all or something else is projecting all the things we see. Yeah, like that's the territory where we start to get into like the whole like brain in a vat or like the demon or like all of these other thought experiments. But it's all kind of falsifiable. Like none of it is understandable or provable. So it's not really something that we would actually use as like a grounded way to understand our universe and make decisions out of it. The fact that we don't know is the important thing. Living as an agnostic, we don't know. Stop acting like you know for sure is like the important lesson to take away. It's like a ping pong game between a single identity versus the universe. Yes, there's a lot of theories of consciousness, how interconnected consciousness is to other conscious beings. A lot of different traditions and religions can think of consciousness in different ways, where rather than there being a self, there's more of a collective consciousness, or even like panpsychism of like literally every single thing in the universe has some property or ability of consciousness, even if it's extremely fundamental and basically arcane or mundane, where it basically doesn't affect anything until enough. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ideas. Did I name my cat Lilith as in the biblical character? So that cat Lilith and the other cat Ivy are both my girlfriend's cats. She got them before she ever met me. So yeah, she named Lilith after the biblical character, yes. The daughter of Satan or whatever. So very, very, very true. So for my story, like a lot of it is very much inspired by kind of like the heaven and hell archetypes, as well as like being affected by kind of like the state of the universe of like your circumstances. So you have the outer gods that come to this planet to basically use it as their habitat or incubator or whatever for the survival of their species. And then the mortals or humans or whatever that evolved there are kind of just at the mercy of these more powerful beings that have real control. And so it's like the ways that I think about the universe kind of like inform my ability to create a story. Um, and a lot of it is kind of backwards because like the way that I'm writing it is very much trying to explain the reasons why things work, how things work, and less about like the dialogue and the intimate moments and like the play by play what happens. And I know that like that's not really the story. Like I'm basically just world building right now. Like I'm trying to just logically create like themes and places and people and beings and supernatural elements and powers and like legend, and like I'm creating kind of like a bigger like macro lens rather than writing the story. But as long as I understand that macro lens, then when I go to write the story, then I can think, okay, well, I want this event to happen here. It will cause these other things to be relevant. It will connect as well as like affect this other event down the line and all of, like I want to understand the story conceptually before I really start like writing it. Speaking of this concept, there's a crazy theory I found online that 5 years ago, and I became obsessed with it. I'm curious to see your take on it. Maybe you can merge it into your fantasy world. So I'm definitely open to inspiration. A lot of my story is inspired by all of the different IPs and stories that I've witnessed. I mean, that's all that, creativity really is at the end of the day from my perspective, is you're basically interpolating a bunch of information that you have experienced to use and just recombine in a new way, in a way that you prefer and like your own style. It's not really creating anything quote unquote new. It's literally just rearranging information and matter into a new shape, to put it like that. So if there's something that catches my eye, even subconsciously, it will affect the story in some way because I'm drawing from all the information I have access to, all of the raw data that I have consumed. Like that's the only way that creativity could work. I don't believe in some sort of trans-dimensional thing that is then my true creativity, because I literally see the correlation of I watch this show, hey, I implement elements and things from the show or things that the show got me to think about into my story. So I warn you, this is one of the crazier. This one is crazier than flat Earth. The keyword is cellular cosmology on Google Images. The guy who thought of this is named Cyrus Teed. I haven't read the book, just some articles about it, and the idea is pretty fascinating. Might not be safe for Twitch. There are only like 3 images online. Well, what that makes me think of is like the cellular world being like an entire world. Cellular cosmology. Well, yeah, I mean, this is a theory of the Earth that has been disproven, but it's an interesting way to see
like storytelling and stuff. And from like our human perspective, it's easy to see how humans could believe in that being the case without like the direct data or evidence. Um, so, um, yeah, I'm familiar with this. That yeah, it's it's less of like a story and more of like a theory on a epistemological reality. Have you ever heard about this theory? Yes, absolutely. Where did you hear of it? Learning about. It's hard to recall exactly when. I've been studying like astrophysics and philosophy and physics and science for so long that like all of these things are like familiar to me. It's not that I know the names of the people or the names of the concepts or any of that stuff. Like if I were to be given like a questionnaire or a quiz of like, well, what is this thing and what is the answer? I don't think I'm capable of actually giving that, but like the concept of like having an earth where the sky is literally like this painted sphere and then it rotates around the earth and that's why the sky moves. And like it yeah, like that is a theory I've heard multiple times. Not as much as like, oh, take this as a serious theory, but more of like, hey, some humans kind of thought maybe that this was the case, as kind of like a scientific look at examining the reality around us and making predictions and theories. And it's just kind of like loosely correlated with kind of like the upbringing of our understanding of reality. Like history is really important for us to understand of like this evolution of understanding of reality is going to help inform us of how we can further understand it, like where to go from here. It should be common knowledge or common advice for people to study history, but some people, like people in power in America right now, don't give a fuck about learning about history for some fucking reason, and then just make the same mistakes because they're fucking retarded. They're stupid. Anyways, like an invented world turning it upside down. And that world, if we could fly up, we would eventually end up on the other side of the planet. And like using stuff like that is cool, for a story potentially. I think that for me, my story is trying to make the natural world as it seems pretty well logically interact with itself. So, yes, there are magical elements and supernatural things happening, but like in a way that makes logical sense. So, like, Shiro has the ability to harness wind, and wind even just respects him and like moves in a different way around him before he even harnesses the power of the wind. But that wind physically blows like ash away or ash off of the ashen ones, revealing their core, cooling down their ashen core, their like ember core, cooling them down, weakening them, making them either retreat or die. And like having that physical interaction within the world where it's like it's logically plausible that that makes sense. Do ashen ones actually exist, and will wind actually respond to a person controlling it? No. But in terms of like the interaction between these different elements, they make logical sense. Like they can sit within the realm of plausibility, and people can suspend their disbelief to a certain extent, but your audience usually has a certain level of expectation of how things work. And if you subvert the expectations too much, or if you basically go against the rules or create something that's a little bit more abstract that the audience can't really grab onto, it has to be for a really good reason, and it has to be done with a lot of intent, or else it can fall apart. So Have I ever seen the movie Hellraiser 2? No, I have not. Hellraiser 2. Da, 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 da. Is a 1988 supernatural horror film directed by Tony Randall. Plot in 1920s India, British military officer Elliot Spencer is transformed into the Pinhead after opening whatever that is shortly after his father's killed. Da-da-da. So it seems like a psychological piece. Huh. Yeah, so it's a very supernatural sort of like I don't know. The words aren't coming to mind right now, but have I ever heard of the Leviathan? Well, I know what a Leviathan is, but like the Leviathan is like not really clicking in my brain. In that movie, the Leviathan was depicted as a giant octahedron. Yeah, I just read that part. It's like a giant diamond in the sky that shoots out like black lasers or whatever, black beams. Yeah, so like stuff like that is like I like it because it sounds cool, but does it serve the purpose or make sense in the world or have some sort of like I don't know, like stuff like that? I don't see myself making something like that. I see myself making like a golem, this giant like statue rock type of being, very heavily inspired by golems obviously, that only moves when the world ends. And so it's less of like a real thing that like actually changes anyone's characters or any decisions, but it's a piece of physical storytelling that which characters can observe, that when it moves the audience can know shit's about to go down or shit is happening somewhere in the world, like some major event is happening. So in the Judaism Bible, the Leviathan is considered to be God's first pet, like the first organ life form before animals and humans, sort of like a golem in a way. Sure. I think that that's kind of what my inspiration of like outer gods are. Is they're basically, it's from directly basically from Elden Ring. Yeah, video games are probably more of a heavy inspiration than TV shows and movies. But Elden Ring has outer gods. These outer gods literally interact and inflict beings on, of the world of the lands between and all that. And they literally manipulate the events that go on there and give supernatural powers and elements to different things that happen. So, yeah, my inspiration is very heavily from Elden Ring there. Because, like, in other words, I don't know that I have a way in my brain that I'm attracted to explain the supernatural existence of the powers or the elements responding to the characters or like stuff like that without some sort of like reason or some sort of grounding for it to be there. So in this universe that I'm creating, like the sheer amount of like in beings and stuff come from other parts of the universe where there's like a different like melting pot of like, we'll call it magic, but it's just an entirely different like part of the universe that just creates these beings that are way more um intricate and maybe like magical, let's say, that then travel to this planet that is far away from all of the like core cluster of this part of the universe that creates these outer gods. When we call them gods not because they are gods, but just because they are more powerful beings than the mortals on the planet. It's like as if we were to meet aliens, and these aliens were just born in a part of the universe that was in a that was configured in a way with the right amount of like energy and timing and um like resources for these entities to evolve within that environment and be able to harness and create like this type of, we call it God, but it could be a natural occurring thing within the universe. What we would consider magic would just be more advanced species or technologies. Yeah, you get it. That's kind of the thing with me, is like I want there to be a plausible understanding of the origin of a thing, even if it is, not completely rooted in reality. I want to have some sort of understanding that somebody could logically be like, that makes sense, rather than, oh, it's just magic because it's magic, fuck you. You know what I mean? I hate that shit. I cannot handle watching a lot of horror movies because the vast majority of them are basically just like, it's just supernatural just cuz it is, and it basically can do anything just cuz it can. And so how am I supposed to know what to anticipate, how to be like, how to understand kind of like the motion of anything or the decision making or interactions between entities when this entity is just this unknown, all crazy fucking supernatural ghost bitch that can literally fucking do anything. My belief is so suspended to the point where I'm like, fuck this. I can't even think about it. I can't even like enjoy understanding anything. I just have to sit there and be like, what crazy shit am I going to see next? Like, I hate that. I don't want that. That's why I enjoy more psychological thrillers rather than ghost horror, supernatural horror. Exactly, insane. And like that stuff like A Quiet Place or Bird Box are way more up my alley than like, what's that one fucking movie series? Insidious or whatever that's called. I don't remember the name of it. Yeah. Supernatural horror is bullshit. I hate it. I can't do it. But like science fiction is way more interesting to me. Way more. So it's a whole thing. After the goddess leaves and the sky islands fall, the celestial dragon loses its primary reason for staying, but Shiro carries Aetherian blood. Is he the last living beacon of what drew the dragon here? Does it sense him? It works very rarely if it's done right. I think it's just like there are multiple reasons for having a story or let's say like a movie. Like sometimes the feeling that you want to invoke out of somebody requires something like that. But I'm not that guy. I'm not the target audience for something like that. So I understand why it would be something that is used to make a movie, but it's serving a purpose in which gives me no satisfaction. For example, a horror movie that's actually made me cry tears of fear was the movie Orphan. No, I don't. I have hardly watched like any horror movies for the explicit reason of just none of them I've really ever enjoyed. It's only really like thrillers or science fiction stuff that has ever made any sense to me or even was entertaining. So When the plot twist was revealed, I got so disturbed. Tears were in my eyes. Lol. I assume English isn't your first language, but that's totally fine. You're doing great. I assume you speak Romanian, and that's in Europe, right? So you probably speak a few languages statistically. Isn't Romania near Italy? Kind of. Yes, only Romanian and English. That's about it. Oh, okay. Yeah, when I visited Europe, I had quite a nice experience there. I went through um, France and Belgium and Germany and the Netherlands. It was really cool to see how many different languages people would speak because they're also more interconnected with different cultures there. It was better that way. I fucking hate America. America sucks. America right now is fucking terrible. Near Serbia and Bulgaria, near the borders of Ukraine, we live in the Balkan side. Oh, okay, so you're way more Eastern European than I assumed. I was born with American culture. Yeah, the entire world kind of was because the whole world order very much surrounded around America being, the dominating force. And right now we just have the biggest fucking retard and a bunch of his loyalists and cronies doing a bunch of fucking dumb shit, basically destroying the world. So, yay! We love when the people who are in charge are incompetent and selfish and evil. That's pretty cool. That's fucking awesome. That's exactly what the world needs. It's exact. To be honest, at first I was really pro-Trump. Well, it's probably because you didn't know anything about him. And you don't know much about the world or whatever. And that was back in what? Like 2015 was fucking a decade ago. You would have been like 23. After he said, "Are we still talking about the Epstein files?" That made me change your mind. Well, to be fair, I don't really know your understanding of like information and stuff. But as an American who was old enough to see, like I was in middle school, high school when he was first like running for office. But it's as simple as like moral character. It's obvious that he's always been a liar and he's always been a schemer. He's always been a failed businessman. Like he's just a terrible fucking person. Like he's not a good person. He's not a person that should be leading an entire country of people. This is not a leader. This is a self-interested asshole. And he's a fucking bumbling idiot. He just manipulates people. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He expects things to go his way. He has access to a bunch of money and resources, and that's the only way that he has any sort of influence whatsoever, and he has no core like morality or ethics that really drive any sort of well-rounded decision making for anyone else other than himself. He's completely self-interested. And yeah, he's probably a fucking pedophile too. So there's that. Because he has no culture, he has no moral consideration, he has no fucking. He speaks the language of retards because he's a fucking retard. Anyway, sorry. I don't like watching the empire fall. You know what I mean? Like we had a pretty good thing going until this bumbling idiot came along. But the problem is less about him and it's more about the population. It's more about the people of America. The fact that we voted for him is what makes me so mad. Because I always kind of figured growing up that like, man, the average person is actually way stupider than I thought. Like when I grew up, luckily I had a pretty intelligent family, so I understood things decently well. And when I watched other people interact with each other, I was like, why the fuck are you doing this? This makes no sense. Yes, I hope the worst case scenario is just that the prices will go up and eventually everything will get better in 5 years. We are on the up and up right now. His popularity is at its worst. The entire Trump coalition is basically falling apart. The one thing that he had going for him was at the price of gas and energy, and now that's going up because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. There is nothing that he has left to stand on. Everything is going to shit, so that's good. The Democrats are slated to win in the midterms in 2026 and then win in 2028. I have no doubt about it. What will need to happen in order for things to continue going well after that point is for some sort of reconciliation, or basically like an acknowledgement of all of the bullshit that MAGA and Trump is, and basically say like, this is not okay. And there needs to be vastly drastic amounts of reforms and even punishment for everybody in the Trump coalition to scare the ever living shit out of anybody who ever has corrupt fascistic motivation. Because right now the problem is people like that think that they can get away with it. If you suck up to a powerful person who happens to win power and you can just get away with anything, then there's no punishment for being a corrupt person, then it incentivizes more people to act that way. So there has to be some sort of reform in terms of like the public consciousness of what's okay. Because for some fucking reason, Americans thought that Trump was a good person or even was going to help in their interests. And even then, like, they shed a lot of their perceptions of him, and they didn't even care to take into consideration like his moral character at some point. Like, how is that acceptable? I don't know. I could go on about this forever because this is the real existential crisis that our world faces right now. But that's the thing. After the Ukraine war started, I always considered to be the Democrats' fault because they were bought by the rich guys, and actually thought that the Republicans would be better, even though I'm not into politics. Yeah, because that's the thing, is you were an uninformed person. The Republicans have always caused a lot of terrible problems. The Democrats come in and they actually govern. They actually try to solve issues. And then the Republicans win back power, and then something terrible happens. And so it's always a fucking cleanup act. And it's never as simple as like, oh, so-and-so had money from whoever. And it's never as simple as like where somebody gets their funding from. Because generally a lot of these funds and stuff are dark money anyway. And it's less about the money than people make it seem to be. Like, yes, economic inequality is an issue. Yes, money in politics is an issue. But those are nowhere near the real issues or the real things that are happening in terms of like American politics that affect the entire world. It's not even just like America. Whatever America does, like earthquakes will ripple throughout the rest of the planet. So Trump was never going to fix anyone's problems. He has an IQ of like 70 at best, and he has the emotional and ethical character of a 5-year-old or a 4-year-old who is completely selfish and has no regard for anyone else's feelings. But how things turn up is that the politicians are just bad, all of them from every country. That is an extremely, how do I put this, ignorant point of view. Anybody who says that Kamala would have done the same thing is too far gone mentally to be like talked to in a conversation. There is a very stark contrast between different people and different organizations and political parties change over time. It's not a stagnant, it's not a simple politicians bad. It's which politicians have what incentive, philosophy, world structure, economics to create like a pathway or policy towards one angle or another. And the individual character of those people is one thing, their actions and scandals are another, their ability to be a leader or actually enact like some form of unity across the union. Like there are so many different pieces to this puzzle of like things you have to take into consideration. There's no way that it's all bad just because it isn't ideal and that there are issues that we're dealing with does not mean we can ever equivocate Kamala and Trump or Biden and Trump or anybody on the political right now in the United States. Basically is without any consideration in my mind at this point. They're so far gone into the depths of corruption and selfishness. What bothered me is the USA wanted to expand NATO by merging Ukraine. That was back when Barack Obama was in power, and that made my country closer to war. I completely disagree. NATO is the best alliance that the world should have in terms of having the coalition of the West to prevent war, not start it. If anybody starts a war, it's not going to be NATO. NATO's union, the entire unity of NATO, is literally to prevent war. If Ukraine were to join NATO, then all of the NATO alliances and countries would then have the political and lawful incentive internationally to help if somebody were to do the incursion that fucking Putin did. So if you want to prevent war, you don't expand borders. You realize that that's not what that is, right? You realize that it's more of a coalition of friends than it is making enemies. The enemies already exist, and they're going to do what they're going to do regardless. But you can disincentivize somebody from basically wanting to expand borders, like you said, by saying, hey, if you fuck with these people, they're friends with all of these other people who are going to back them up and prevent you from achieving their agenda. And the agenda that is being disincentivized is the thing that you're concerned about. So you should be on my side of this. I don't know how the hell you even think of it in any other way. Like, it's not like Ukraine's going to go to war with Russia because they're part of NATO. It's not like the mod stopped my last message. I have auto mod, so I'm not sure. Let me pull up Twitch because all I've got right now is the chat preview in OBS, but maybe I can see it if I pull up Twitch. Settings, show mod icons. I don't see it. By that logic, what Israel is doing is a good thing? No, because Israel is a opportunistic country that wants to attack other countries to weaken their strength so that they don't get attacked. That is a completely different set of circumstances. They're not even close to being equivalent. They are the ones who are willing to attack neighboring countries. It's a completely different set of circumstances. Like, you're way, way off on that. If you don't want to prevent war, you don't expand borders near another superpower. You're not expanding any borders. It's the superpower that wants to expand borders, and you're the one stopping them. I tried to say that if you think merging Ukraine into NATO would be better for security, it would mean that the current war with Iran is just a security aspect. That is not at all something that can be equivalent, because America and Israel are literally at war, bombing Iran, trying to enact regime change. That is an act of war. That the equivalent would be if you were to somehow get Iraq to join NATO as a deterrent against Iran from attacking Iraq. I'm not saying that would happen. I'm just saying the equivalent would be, hey, Iran, you cannot bomb or attack or try to incur upon your neighboring countries, because we have a bunch of friends now, and if you do that, then we can retaliate as a defensive posture, not an offensive posture. Yes, I get what you're saying, but the only reason Russia attacked Ukraine is because the regime failed and they wanted to be part of Europe, so they got scared. Yes, so how do you disincentivize somebody from doing that? By creating a force that would be detrimental to your ability to enact that bullshit. They can get away with it with smaller countries like they did with Georgia around them, where they can consume their neighbors again once they get that ability to, and they tried it with Ukraine. But they wouldn't have been able to do it with Ukraine if Ukraine was part of NATO, because then the entire European Union and America and everybody would have been all in on the Ukraine war, and Russia would have been super giga fucked. That is what they're doing right now in a way, but I get that there are two sides to every story. I just find it odd that you are against Putin but pro-Iran. I am not pro-Iran at all. This isn't really this isn't a who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. That is not how the world works. These are different entities, different countries, different regimes that have their own interests. Some of those interests they lean more or less towards the interest of humanity, the goodwill of people and their ability to live. Some are a little bit more towards influence or power over groups of people or different countries. Some are it's too complicated. This lens of, are you on Israel's side or Palestine's side? And it's no, there's a good reason for Palestinians to be protected and to be able to have a place to live. These are humans. They deserve to have a good quality of life, to have a life. But at the same time, Israel's being attacked by terrorist organizations from Palestine and yada, yada, yada. So both sides have issues. Both sides always have problems. This isn't a good versus bad. It never is that. It's always one of them might be doing more harm, and that should be taken into consideration when you're making decisions for the future of what to do next. But it never is that black and white ever. It's usually worse versus worser, but that's not even necessarily true either. You can't be so reductive with your analysis that way, or else you're ignoring the reality of the situation. There's so much more complexity in good and bad that is happening all over the place. If you ever allow yourself to be that redundant, you're going to dismiss reality and end up painting a picture that does not represent what is actually happening, and it doesn't serve you, it doesn't serve anyone else to be that reductive. Even though our brains want to do it, it makes it a lot easier for us to understand if we can categorize and throw people in buckets and say like what's right and what's wrong. But that's usually not how real life works, especially not on that scale. Like the scale that we're talking about is entire countries of millions of people. Like this is not a simple like calculation at all. Politics is extremely, extremely complicated. Their mistake was they looked for the monsters out there. They shouldn't have left the dock. The beast always lied within. Who's they? Is it Israel? Is it Russia? Sorry, I think I missed some of your chats. One second. I mean, Russia is a bad guy. We got conquered by them after World War II. Lol. I said that we as Romanians hate Russians because of what happened in past history, but the mod once again stopped the message. It was a quote from a movie. I said it as a joke mostly. I understand, but people genuinely do take the position of, oh, it's just the lesser of two evils. Is it really two evils? Or is it really two just different entities that have different ideologies and goals in mind that conflict with one another and likely might conflict with you as an individual with your philosophy and your preferences? Like at the end of the day, because there is no like objective moral code, what the right answer is changes depending on the perspective, depending on whoever you're deciding to take like the side of at any given moment. And then there's always within that framework a spectrum of good and bad decisions that either serve the cause or work against it. And so for me, my preference is a very humanist type of preference where I'm pretty anti-war, but I'm super pro-war if it makes sense. I am generally looking for the striving and of people on an individual level, on a liberty level, but sometimes it makes sense for the greater good of people to constrict on their freedoms and rights in order to ensure a better outcome. And so it's not, you know, like that's what makes me so mad in politics, is because like people will take this black and white framing to things that don't deserve it, and then they somehow look at Trump and then they're like, oh, but it's, he might be a terrible person, but like he's good on the economy. And then they start to have some sort of nuanced view, and really it just feeds into the entire, like, it's so revealing of like their information consumption and how fucked our media landscape is. It's fucking terrible. It's genuinely unhinged. What zodiac sign am I? Not that it matters. I think I'm a year of the horse, Capricorn. Not that that means anything, but okay. It's fun little trivia, I guess. Oh, is today St. Patrick's Day? I guess I'm wearing green. Whatever. I kind of want to play some video games now. I can work on my story more, but after thinking about things that make me mad, I just want to do something that satisfies my brain. React to something, please. React to something. Like on YouTube? Like you want me to watch like a YouTube video? Is that what you mean? What do you want me to react to? DLSS 5 is crazy. Hold on a minute. Story from your own city. It's short. It's really funny. Do you have a link? I don't know if you can post links. You can join my Discord server and post links in there, though.
Though every new version of DLSS rewrites the rules about how much extra we can hope to extract from a game's base image. And DLSS 5 is, in my opinion, potentially the biggest leap yet. Because this is where it finally stops just improving the upscaling and denoising of the existing image, and actually just starts re-envisioning how it should have looked in the first place. This is extremely powerful, quite scary, and very, very controversial. And I think this kind of real-time, high-resolution makeover has implications far beyond the realm of gaming. We saw a small teaser for this technology a while back with the RTX faces, which overlaid an AI-generated face over the top of video game assets, which is kind of...
The dumbest battle nobody talks about. Is it this?
Alcohol
Is this the one?
is a magical substance. It can turn
Absolutely.
sad hours into happy hours. It can turn a shy soy boy into a courageous Chad. But
It can turn an angry, abusive stepfather into an even more... Okay.
most importantly, it can create fun memories, like the time the Austrian army won a battle against itself. In September 1788, Austria was at war with the Ottoman Empire. The Austrian army, led by the Holy Roman Emperor, set up camp around the city of Karansebes. They sent the Hussars, aka the Horse Boys, across the river to go scouting for the Ottoman army. They didn't find any Ottoman soldiers, but they did find some enterprising entrepreneurs selling the most important battlefield necessity: alcohol. The Hussars bought the booze and started dancing the night away. I guess they kind of forgot that they were in the middle of a war and
I love the fucking Game of Thrones reference. Thank you.
supposed to be scouting for the enemy. Later, some infantry also crossed the river. When they saw what was going on, they were furious. What do you guys think you're doing? Oh, sorry, you're right. We shouldn't be slacking off like this. You guys really thought you could just have a party in the middle of a war without inviting us? Let's take some shots, boys. They demanded access to the alcohol, but the Hussars were not in a sharing mood and started building fortifications around the barrels. One soldier had
Come on, bro. He's just looking to have a good time, you know? You're at war. You're the worst fucking time of your life. Just give him a little sauce. Just have a little bit of a ceasefire just for a day, yeah? Just to have a little bit of sauce.
had enough of these shenanigans and decided it was time they all got together and had a round of shots. No, not that kind of shot. This kind of shot. All hell broke loose. The Hussars and the infantry were now fighting each other, and they kind of forgot that friendly fire was turned on. One soldier had the bright
I just imagine that some of them were drunk for this too. Romania was the buffer zone between the Ottomans and the Western Europe at the time. Yeah, because this is pre-World War One.
idea of shouting Turks, Turks, which scared everyone away. Now they were all running back to camp frantically while shooting each other. Some officers tried to regain control of the situation by shouting halt, halt. But since half the soldiers didn't speak German, they thought someone was yelling Allah, Allah, which meant the Ottoman army really was here. At this point, people are shooting each other, soldiers are lying dead, and everyone's scared and confused. All because someone didn't want to share their bear. So always remember, kids, sharing is caring. Now you might be thinking, This can't possibly
True.
get any worse. As the hussars raced through the camp on horseback, one general thought it was a cavalry charge.
I mean, at that point, like after guns, bolts are flying, like you're already in a war. I feel like I don't know. What was interesting is maybe the story of like. I wish he would have gone a little bit deeper into like the guys wanting to share a beer, rather than just stating it was the case. but
By the
okay.
Ottoman army and opened artillery fire on his own men.
Wait, sorry, what?
Can't possibly get any worse. As the hussars raced through the camp on horseback, one general thought it was a cavalry charge by the Ottoman army and opened artillery fire on his.
Did he think that because he was drunk or what? No, that's okay. I'm willing to react to it just because whatever. But at the same time, am I really that interested in it? Kinda, not really.
His own men. Sir, we got them all. Good job. Those Ottomans sure make easy targets. Yes, sir. I wonder when our hussars are coming back. They're missing the whole party. This is a dumb question, but we made sure those were Ottoman soldiers before firing, right? Yeah, definitely. Anyway, I gotta go, use the bathroom. See ya. Oh, fuck. Now the whole camp was awake, since it turns out artillery fire is a very effective alarm clock. Keep in mind, the Holy Roman Emperor himself was in this camp. Some commanders went to check in on the Emperor, but they found his tent empty. Oh my god, they've kidnapped the Emperor. We're doomed. There's literally no confirmed sighting of Ottoman soldiers. He's probably just walking around camp trying to figure out what happened. We're doomed! If there was anyone left with sanity, they probably lost it at that moment. Everyone was either shooting shadows or running away. Somewhere in the middle of all this, the war chest containing the salary for all the soldiers mysteriously disappeared. So
Of
this
course.
might have all been some elaborate 900 IQ Ocean's 11 conspiracy to pull off.
No, I would never ascribe intelligence or like something of that caliber to what can be explained through what is it called? Fucking Occam's razor is like incompetence or whatever is a better explanatory methodology rather than like an entire scheme or conspiracy.
Off the greatest heist of all time. 2 days later, the Ottoman army arrived.
What's more likely is somebody saw it as an opportunity to take the chest because they thought that their army was dead or whatever, and so it was like an opportunistic thing. It probably wasn't an entire conspiracy. Conspiracies like it's just not likely.
Thousands of Austrians
Never attribute malice to incompetence or something. Yeah, like malice, or as well as like intelligence is kind of the other thing too. Like an entirely thought out plan with a ton of contingencies and whatever. Like stupidity is a hell of a drug.
soldiers lay dead on the battlefield. Did someone get here before we did? I guess so, but it looks like they left. Well, I guess we can take the credit. But man, we should find out who did this and recruit them to our army. Yeah, they really ripped these guys apart. So I guess the moral of the story is, alcohol might give you some bruises, but it'll always give you a memorable night. Anyway, that's about it. Till
Yeah, I could totally see that happening, especially if they were really on the booze. So makes sense to me. All right, I need to use the restroom. Yeah. I haven't really done React content, so I'm willing to try it out. I'll be right back. Okay, I don't want to be that guy who reacts to fucking Twitter clips, but there was one that I do want to look at real quick. Da, da, da. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I was considering doing something myself maybe, but it's still like 2 in the afternoon, so it's a little early for anything.
You don't have any levels of
Can you hear this?
introspection.
Yes, you
Yes,
can.
zero,
Okay.
as little as possible.
Why?
Move forward. Yes, zero.
You don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero, as little as possible.
Why?
Move forward. Go. Yeah, I don't know. I found people who dwell on the past get stuck in the past.
No, it's clear you
a
don't
real
know,
problem,
bro.
and it's a problem at work.
Being stuck in the past is a problem? Learning from history, anybody? We literally were just talking about this. You should learn from the past. Sure.
And
Sounds
it's a
good.
problem at home.
So I've read obviously 400, and I think now 10 biographies of history-based entrepreneurs.
Yep.
And that was one of the most surprising things. Like, what's the most surprising thing that you've learned from this? So like, oh, they have little or zero introspection.
Yep.
Like Sam Walton didn't wake up thinking about his internal self. He just woke up. He's like, I like building Walmart. I'm going to keep building Walmart. I'm going to make more Walmarts, and just kept.
It's never that simple or reductive. Surely people consider who they are, what they do, how it defines them and their identity. Like, this is just retarded.
doing it over and over again.
And you probably know if you
Well, yeah, that's the joke that Destiny made is this whole thing. So
Levels of
you probably know if you go back before 100 years ago, it never would have occurred to anybody to be introspective. Like it's
are you fucking stupid? Okay, hold on a second. My mic decides to fucking poop out at me at the worst time, but there's a little book right here I've got called The Socratic Dialogues about conversations that happened over 2,000 years ago. You know, people thinking about maybe a self and being introspective. I don't know. And that's just the first, one of the first recorded histories of people doing this. I don't know. Yeah, people didn't really think about themselves ever before a couple hundred years ago. This is fucking bullshit. Fucking retard. No. Hold on. Ugh. Everything's falling apart. Which foot do you go on again? This one? Yeah. I've got a very fragile, decorative cloud. So okay. Anyways, yo, what's up? Sorry, you came into stream at a weird moment. I went to go grab a book for a bit, and it's on top of my floating shelf that is like a cloud. I don't know if you guys can see this cloud right here, but yeah. Anyways, Tusk Wallace is in serious trouble. It's only 5 minutes. It's from a horror movie, but the scene is more psychological. Yeah, I'll react to this. What is it called? Give me the name. Give me the name. Tusk. Wallace is in serious trouble.
You're not eating. I can't
Bro
move
has a
my
big
arms.
gulp.
Well, that would be the morphine. It is capital for the leg pain, and perhaps the only thing that keeps you from howling in agony. But it does tend to leave one a bit sleepy.
I'm not sleepy at all. I'm immobilized.
You know, I was thinking, the melancholy from losing a limb must be akin to mourning a close friend that you too often took for granted.
I mean, there's a bit of unease because it seems like these two people might not know, or at least the guy who's not eating doesn't really know who the fuck this guy is. Like the way he's treating him is like, it seems like he's been kidnapped or something. The melancholy of losing a limb must be akin to mourning an old friend you took for granted. Yeah, I would concede that that's a good way to describe it emotionally. So
There was no spider, was there?
Yes, there was a brown recluse. Colloquially called.
there was no spider. Yeah, this guy is clearly uncomfortable, accusatory of this guy. They don't seem like they're friends at all.
The hobo spider.
Ah, that's interesting. You saw it.
Yeah.
You saw the spider.
I just wish that I had spied the creature before it so viciously attacked you.
So viciously, yeah. You can tell by the way that guy's talking. And he's trying to convince. He so viciously attacked you. It's like, no. If somebody was actually bitten by a spider, you'd be like, you're like, yeah, I guess I saw it. I mean, that's what the fucking doctor said. Like, you would not be so sure of yourself and so emphatic in storytelling about it.
What did it look like?
The arachnid assailant?
Yeah.
Well,
The arachnid assailant! Like, nobody talks like that.
typical spider. A legion of legs, you know, et cetera, et cetera. It was very small, though.
The fact that he's giving in to the interrogation shows how desperate he is to be believed.
So small you might even call it itsy bitsy. Teek.
And the shit he's saying, like, this guy is clearly like an incompetent, senile, like, man who is desperately trying to hide some sort of truth. It's so fucking obvious.
Itsy bitsy spider crawled up the water spout.
Holy shit.
Now came the rain and washed the spider
Like, you can tell he's fucking mentally ill.
out. Let me out of this chair, you fucking psycho! Let me out! Let me out, you old fucking nutbag! Help! Somebody help!
A simple slap, really?
Now, shall we dispense with the chafa, Mr. Brighton? Perhaps it would be best, in this our burgeoning relationship, to reveal our hearts with absolute candor. See, for some time now, I've been constructing a very realistic walrus suit.
Walrus suit. Not what
And I
expected
believe with
them to
just a
say.
few minor modifications, it will fit you perfectly.
Jesus. What the fuck?
So he cut off his leg so that he would fit the walrus suit. Okay. Okay.
But
Whatever.
whilst in the walrus suit, you must be a walrus.
Why? I just kill myself. Oh, like what?
There'll be no sound of a human voice. You must communicate everything you do as a walrus. Do you understand?
Please.
Bro, what?
Please.
Oh, no.
The problem is I don't understand the context for this fucking movie. Like, it's just this old deranged man who seems to have kidnapped this other guy, cut off his leg, gave him morphine to paralyze him and also help with the pain. And he's basically demanding that he becomes a walrus. Like, this is so out of context, which I understand it's a fucking clip, but like my brain is just spiraling down. Like, why the fuck would you write this? Like, yeah, this scene is really good as like a psychological insight to like these emotional things that could play out. But why this situation? Why? It is satire about body horror, an insane man who wants to transform people into walruses. But why?
Be not vexed or heavy of heart, Mr. Brighton. We too are embarking on an
I don't know what those films are. I don't know who that guy is. Who Kevin Smith is. I have no idea.
expedition not unlike that of the doomed Anastasia. Their mistake was they looked for the monsters out there. They shouldn't have left the dark. The beast has always lied within.
Why? Why are you doing this? Why? Why?
Yeah, actually.
To solve a riddle older than the Sphinx. To answer the question which has plagued us since we crawled from the surf and stood
True.
erect in the sun.
So is this his way of transforming the absurd and the unknown into his own absurdity, his own creation of basically melding the problem that he has and using it as his own to have some sense of control? I mean, that's literally the same motivation I have behind the Ironborn, of them smelting the blood into their weapons. They have like these blood farms essentially where they drain the blood of any living creature that they can get to use it to smelt into their weapons. And so they're use the suffering that they are impended upon because they live in a post-apocalyptic world, and so they use that suffering against other people to help defend themselves against the world.
Is man indeed a walrus at heart?
But why specifically a walrus? I think if you're gonna make a comparison like that, you can surely think of a few things better than a walrus. Or is the point that the absurdity is the fact that it is a walrus of all things and it's not supposed to make sense? But at that point you're living in delusion, but that's also kind of the point. Yeah. I don't know. It makes sense at the same time. It's It's a whole thing. Because in the movie, he was isolated on an island with a walrus. Okay. There's the piece of information that, like, helps make this make more sense when he is stranded from a ship. Gotcha. Yeah, because, like, it would be a little bit harder to sell it to me if you were saying, like, yeah, he just picked a walrus. Like, just went down the letters of the alphabet and is like, W, that's kind of weird. What animal? And then, I don't know. But there's the actual story. So, like, psychologically, he is tormented by the idea of the walrus. He became intimately familiar with them, started maybe to identify himself as similar to the walrus, and then wanted to, once he got back to society, recreate that connection with the walrus in a way that he always wanted to but never could because they weren't actually human. So now he's forcing a human to be a walrus. That I could see that, yeah. Dude, this is the same psychological tactic that I see some pet owners and parents use against their pets or their kids, where they they like cry or meow back at the child or the pet. That is so mind fucking for the pet or the child in that scenario. It made fun of the movie The Human Centipede. I've never seen that either. Okay. Hot sexy lady, hell yeah. Love that. Okay. I really like that old actor. I do too. He's really sold the idea of like a senile or insane man, but like unassuming in a way where it was like, oh, I could be your grandpa, I could be your dad, I could be your grandpa trying to take care of you after a tragic injury. Yeah, that's pretty great. He just wanted to solve a riddle. I don't know that he was really solving it. I think he was perpetuating it. I think that he embodied not the answer, but the riddle itself, which doesn't solve the question. That just asks it in a new way. So, it's a whole thing. But that's a good line, like a question older than the Sphinx, because the Sphinx is one of the very first things of humanity that like we can point to and say like that was like a thing that humans did. And it is also kind of like a monument to a literal physical monument to the accomplishments of the human species at such an early point in our history. So in the movie, that guy was like the 10th person he did it to, so he would have to continue to do the experiment to everyone he met. Is it an experiment, though? I don't know why my computer keeps asking me this. I've literally played this game a million fucking times. Unless it got like a update or something. Just remind himself that Yes Man indeed is a walrus at heart. Not really. He's kind of forcing the hand. He's kind of forcing that to be the case, no? Like, maybe they have some similarities and they can relate to one another, but, like... No, let me... Oh. Battle Eye service is not running. What do you mean it's not running? Is that why I asked if it could make changes? What the fuck is going on? Nice wallpaper. Hey, thanks, man. This is actually from Overwatch, it looks like. Why would BattleEye not be running? I've never run into this issue before. I was literally playing this game yesterday. Maybe I'll play League instead, if this isn't gonna work. Yeah.
Repel enemy forces and proceed to capture Op 4 sectors.
Let me in! Let me in! Okay, we need to attack. Oh my god, hello! Used to be a Dota 2 player. Nice. I haven't actually played Dota 2, but I could imagine I got addicted to the Mobile Legends game. I have not played that, so I'm not familiar. Basically the same thing. It's the Dota version, but on phone. Interesting. Well, there's Wild Rift, which is literally League of Legends, but on mobile, so... Oh my god, he's crouching? For what, bro? Why would you crouch peek? It's so slow and inefficient. I just barely missed my fucking shot.
Friendly sabotage kit has been destroyed.
Bro. I literally pinged him for you a million times and you lost still. Come on, man. Okay, time to lock in. Move from the wall, please. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Revive me, bro.
Easy, I've got you.
This guy's totally a noob. Holy shit. And then he decides to peek.
Reload.
Bro, they are so bad in the game.
Sector 1.
They're so terrible.
Op 4 now has access to our next sector.
It's ready.
Oh my god, I forgot it's the fucking fire
Destabilization has
thing.
advanced in first sectors.
I'm so dead. What's my favorite rap rhyme? I don't have a specific rhyme in mind. Favorite rap song though might be one of NF's songs or Eminem's songs. I don't know. All right, we need to actually fucking win this. What am I doing wrong? Everything. I'll play my Polish queen.
Your ally has deployed a drone at your location.
Here's a forgive me not. Loading new magazine!
Whew. My favorite rap rhyme from Eminem is the older I get, the dumber the shit I get in.
The enemy sector.
Interesting. I can see that. Why can't I sprint? Jesus. I was limping. How do I limp? I looked for NF, never heard of him, to be honest. Maybe because I am a boomer and born in 92. Bro, you're not a boomer. Shut up. You're like you're like a millennial, bro. NF's pretty good. I don't really think of raps as like the rhymes. I think of it as kind of like the entire narrative. And the rhyming kind of just serves the flow and the satisfaction of listening to the story.
Sector 1.
We captured Sector 1. We did it. But we're also losing our defense sector, so...
The next enemy sector is vulnerable to capture. Get on it, operators.
No, there's another one. Of course there's. I should have looked for him. I did knock one of them though.
Our next sector is now vulnerable. Defend it.
Changing max!
Oh, yep, there he is, right as I was throwing my shit. Have you ever heard of the group Cumtown? Yes. Yeah, I've listened to a couple podcasts with Stavros in it. They're kind of funny, and I enjoy that type of humor. I personally prefer listening to more serious stuff. Like, comedy is great, but if I'm gonna listen to comedy, it's mostly because my
Friendly
girlfriend
drone
is
deployed on
listening to comedy. Wait, we've already lost Sector 2? Well, fuck, I've got to go on defense now. Whatever, bro.
Your ally has deployed a drone on you. You are losing the sector.
Yeah, now we're being attacked. Everybody on my team is dead.
Throwing it. Tossing it. Reloading.
Sector capture underway.
Of course, dude. I assume your girlfriend is the mother of your child, right? You mentioned you have a child, but same, you say you have a girlfriend, so I'm guessing you weren't married. So, with my situation, I had a girlfriend. Just answer. No, she's not the mother of my child. I met that girl when I was 16. And we were both teenagers. And so my child was born when I was 17. We've since separated, and then now I am with my current girlfriend. But we do plan on getting married someday. So, we're doing well.
Here's it.
We have found Op 4 sabotage.
Swapping. Swapping mags. Sticking it.
Our base is taken.
Yeah, it's okay. We weren't going to win that game because the other team was winning on their attack front. That's okay. Have you ever heard of Siege? Have you ever played Siege before? Another good rhyme is from Charlie Sheen, songified by this Shmo Yoho. Was banging 7 grams rockets, how I roll, I have 1 gear go. I don't know, man. I'm not really into rap. I used to listen to rap when I was younger, but not so much anymore. This is all dog shit. Give me something good. I've never played, just watched clips on YouTube. So you then kind of understand how it works, or no? Am I into death metal? Not as much, no. I am into metal though, which is different. I'm into more like progressive metal or metalcore, or just kind of more general like heavy metal, maybe like more rock type of stuff. So Pantera or Metallica? No, not really. Not that type of metal. There's many different types of metal. Metal is quite the wide genre. I'll show you a couple songs though. So stuff like I've been listening to kind of other genres lately. Unlike Pluto, kind of has some metal elements. So does Voila. Sleep Token's pretty great. Bring Me the Horizon's pretty great. Casey Edwards is awesome. Yeah, there's some Bring Me the Horizon stuff. Currents is really good. That's like really heavy metal. It's pretty great. Pierce the Veil's pretty good. The Plot in You, stuff like that. I listened from old school to Slipknot or Korn. I think new metal is my favorite. I like some new metal. That's what Linkin Park was, and Linkin Park was my favorite band growing up. And even still, they make good music. Sadly, though, with Chester gone, but. Yeah, I mean, Linkin Park was just leagues above the rest, in my opinion, so. This game mode that I'm playing in Siege is different than the main game mode. Like, this is a limited time thing. The map is a mirror image of itself. So we have 3 bases that we need to defend and 3 bases we need to attack. So I'll actually be on defense this time. Last time I was on offense, going after theirs. But this will be... You're basically trying to take the enemy's base in kind of like a bomb, like search and destroy type format. Same thing as like Valorant or CSGO. But you do it multiple times in multiple different bomb sites. You just know basic stuff. Okay, cool. And Eminem, Linkin Park, and Metallica. Yeah, for me it was Linkin Park. A little bit of Eminem kind of came up more in my teenage years. And then I shifted into like techno and dubstep and stuff for a minute. And then listened to some rap. And then I started to find my real love for metal. And kind of like some more electronic metal stuff. So, Bring Me the Horizon, Unlike Pluto, Sleep Token, stuff like that. Currents is probably the heaviest metal. I don't really enjoy dubstep anymore, but I like the complexity or like intensity of electronic music. And so I want that incorporated into like the metal songs. Rose mic is crazy. I don't care to listen to any of these fuckers.
Repel enemy forces and proceed to capture Op 4 sectors.
Electronic music has like 500 subgenres now. Yeah, pretty much. Oh my god, where? What? Is he in the... Oh, he's outside the door.
Get up. Get moving.
She was on the doorway, that's funny.
We are taking the enemy sector.
I heard him repel, I should have stopped. Whatever. How's our offense doing? Okay, we're doing well on offense. Might as well just put extended mag on, or extended barrel to do a little bit more damage, because it's my only ranged weapon, really. I can control the recoil. Cash Patel or Pam Bondi, both of them are fucking retarded. And terrible human beings. I literally want to go shoot at him, bro.
Sabotage kit has been destroyed.
Is he still there? No. He's probably on top.
We have eyes on enemy sabotage kit.
Okay, no more fucking around. Time to lock in. If I actually want to defuse this, there's a couple things I should do. Kill that guy. Check for anyone on repel. I'm gonna be honest, you actually seem like a machine gun Kelly type of guy, but without the tattoos in a good way, like the good side. Yeah, I completely agree. I like pop punk a lot. I like some of his pop punk songs. He should stay away from rap. That's Eminem's territory for sure. And then, yeah, I completely see that. I agree. I would love to get tattoos at some point.
Friendly drone deployed. Destabilization has commenced in first sectors. Your ally has deployed a drone at your location. A friendly drone has been deployed at your location.
Speaking of, one of my forbidden sins that I actually enjoyed MGK's Eminem diss, but I think the beat has to do with it. When I first listened to it, I actually enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, Eminem's Kill Shot song was just fucking a banger, so... And he released it within like 2 days or something of MGK releasing his Rap Devil song or whatever. It's not a bad song or anything. It's just like, I don't know. He's trying to claim a title, and that, you know, it doesn't go well when the literal king of rap is the one who you're fighting against. You know what I mean? I feel like I hear them, but I don't see them.
Get ready. You have 1 minute until your assignment.
Yes, ready. Reloading. Swapping mags.
Assignment begins in 10 seconds. Reloading. Your assignment has been issued.
I wanted to say guilty pleasures instead of forbidden sin, but I forgot the catchphrase. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, I understand the meat of what you're trying to say.
Loading new magazine.
Married with Children or Seinfeld? I don't know what you're talking about.
Swapping mags.
The old TV shows before Friends. Oh, like you're asking if I like the shows? No, I actually can't stand watching Seinfeld. I don't know I've ever seen Married with Children. Seinfeld is so fucking cringe. It's just not of my generation. I genuinely don't relate to it at all. I think it's just stupid comedy.
The next enemy sector is vulnerable.
My beauties are in place.
I mean, I was born in 2002, so everything I grew up with was like late 2000s, 2010, 2010s stuff. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I did mention I'm 24.
Loading new magazine.
Deployment successful.
Detonating church.
We have lost Sector 1.
What? They planted? I fucked that up.
Another friendly sector is accessible by the enemy. Sector capture procedure has begun.
Oh. Is he gonna push me?
Beauty's in place. Reload.
Yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream.
Yes, ready to knock up. That's the beauty.
The second sector is under our control. The enemy is capturing the sector. Enemy sabotage kit spotted.
My category is still writing, by the way. Ah, yeah, I forgot to change it. You're right.
Port sabotage kit has been destroyed. Enemy sector unlocked.
I might go back to writing though, so I don't know. It's whatever. I'm a small streamer. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Did they destroy my sensors? They did not.
Reloading.
Got him. There's nobody on the roof. Oh, did he leave? He left. That's hilarious. I think that's the guy I killed.
Be aware. Destabilization has begun in second sectors.
Are they even gonna come attack or what? Yes, they are. FBI or CIA? I don't know that it's really a comparison. They're kind of separate entities that do different things. If I had to work for one or the other, it'd probably be CIA. Especially right now, dude. Holy.
Loading new magazine. The nest of beauties in position.
Toxic babes.
Setting the razor show.
Am I Irish? I am definitely not. My ancestry comes from Wales and Italy.
Swapping mags!
A little bit of German, a little bit of French, I think. I can't remember. It's not really that defined or outlined because I'm American, so fuck if I know, kind of. Except for like word of mouth. Are they gonna attack or what, bro? I'm just sitting here, digging my hand, hanging out, doing nothing. I did some investigation online, and it seems that Wales is actually kind of part of Ireland. Well, yes, I guess. Like, it's in the same region, but there's a lot of I'll call it cross-breeding, even though it's a really arcane term for what it really is. Are they going to attack, bro? Like, I guess they're not because we're attacking their last.
Sector capture underway.
Their last defense. So I'll go help the offense because they're not doing shit on defense.
Sector 2 has been lost.
Reload!
So this is where they spawn.
Move, operators. Our next friendly sector is vulnerable.
It's okay, as long as we win this attack, we win the whole game.
Try to get through that. Keep our strength true. Deploy barrier.
Hold it! Enemy nearby! How come you don't have headset speakers? Well, a headset and speakers are two very different things. I've got IEMs, which are arguably better than a headset, depending on the quality. And mine are pretty good. So, there are Crin Ear Daybreaks. If you want to look up IEM Daybreak, you'll find them. No, the bass is actually really good. Like, sure, the bass isn't gonna be the same as, like, over-the-ear headphones of, like, the full-on thwomp, but the accuracy of sound is better with IEMs.
Well done.
I mean, headset is always better than tiny set. No, that is not how that works at all. But I get it. Let's see. So I have a headset, but it's not necessarily better, and here's why. Inside of an IEM, like this is the type of thing that musicians will use to have the highest quality audio. There are multiple drivers in here with their own resonant chambers and different things that make them the highest quality sound and output them all to one solid point, like through the ear canal, essentially, like to the opening, to make the sound very detailed. It's extremely detailed. To the point where like nothing is really muffled or muddied. Like everything is clear. The bass won't have as much womp to it, but it will be very distinct, very readable. And you can up the thwomp a bit, but it won't have that same like physical thump to it. But it will be cleaner and it's better. Yeah, and I personally prefer it. Like this is the way I want to listen to music if I ever get to, because I can turn it up as well. It's also powered by a DAC and an amp, which is its like own conversion thing. So it's a whole system that is way better than any headset that I could buy for the same price. IEMs are the professional musician like way to listen to the sound. I also noticed that some of that even has decent bass. I mean, sometimes sounds even better than a larger headset. Yes, absolutely true. I do have speakers as well. I've got speakers right here if I ever wanted to unplug and just listen out loud to whatever, you know. Have you ever made beats on DOS? What is DOS? Digital Audio Workstation. Yes, I have. I did this in middle school and high school a little bit. But that was a long time ago. I would just like put loops together. I would just like organize loops in a way to make a song rather than like playing the notes, because yeah, it was easier that way. Ever posted some online? I don't think so.
You are not cleared for operation. Repel enemy forces and proceed to capture all.
Brace for it!
Dumbass. Why would you ever blind peek through a hole that was just opened? Like, what are you doing, brother? How many fucking drones and cameras do you guys have?
I'm reloading. C4 ready.
Which scan? I wish I could fucking vault through this shit.
Shock load. Move out!
Oh! It's on the roof! I gotta go kill him, he's on the roof. When you did ballet, that in high school was only dance or a mixture. I did ballet from 4 years old to 12 years old. So it was not in high school. Got 'em.
Brace for impact. Get out!
And it was kind of like acting, but it was pretty strictly ballet. Yo, could I get a heal, Doc? I'm right behind you, bro.
Reloading! Concussion! I got you!
There's the camera. I was looking forever to try to find that thing. Who's he shooting at? Favorite timeline is when I was high school. Every final semester would go to go watch art shows like ballet and musical stuff, and acting in theater is the best time of your life. Interesting. I mean, you know what they say, you never want to peak in high school, but I mean, depending on, you know, your development and whatever, like, it can be a good time of your life. For me, I'd say right now is a pretty good time of my life. I get to spend a lot of time with my daughter and my girlfriend. I'm learning and, you know, embracing who I want to be. Doing the activities that make me feel like I'm fulfilled. I wasn't popular in high school, so maybe it's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to peak in high school. That's the saying. Creating a life that you enjoy is the trick.
We do not have clearance for this area. Turn back. 1 minute until
Oh no,
your
I'm
time
gonna
begins.
die!
Sector unlocked. An assignment will be available in 30 seconds.
You could say you're an art enjoyer. Hell yeah, bro.
We are taking the enemy sector. Assignment begins in 10 seconds.
Impact. Loading shock! Hello there!
Your assignment has been issued. Good luck.
In position.
Apparently there's some fuss going around right now with like Timothy Chalamet and opera and ballet. I don't know what the fuck's happening, but people are talking about it. Oh, right here. Nice. They got him. Thanks, Pulse. Appreciate that, man. Still haven't died this match.
Window barricaded! Launching Philippine gun!
Have you ever looked into the hexagon on the planet Saturn? Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The enemy is capturing the sector.
It's like a turquoise hexagon on the top of Saturn. It's pretty sick. In terms of why that shape is there, I don't really know. I haven't really thought about it. I mean, Saturn is huge. So, I don't know. Any centripetal force or whatever that would swirl around different, like masses or whatever.
Sabotage kit. Sector 1 is down.
Reload!
Sorry,
Another friendly
Pulse.
sector is accessible by the enemy.
There's a theory that Saturn actually governs our current reality. Okay, whatever, bro. Anything could be a theory. At least that's what David Icekey says in one of his talk shows. I have no fucking idea. That's, yeah, no. That's definitely not at all what the case is. I mean, it's really cool. It's a cool phenomenon that we have to... That guy talked about reptilians. Who hasn't talked about reptilians?
Concussion loaded!
We have eyes on enemy assignment unsuccessful.
It's impossible you haven't.
Op 4 has succeeded.
What, heard of him? I don't know, bro.
The anti-sabotage kit has been destroyed.
Gotta reload. He started it all. I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. Genuinely no idea. The reptilian theory? Oh, like the
My turn! Loading new magazine!
the aliens. Well, I don't know. I just find it funny.
Door barricaded!
Clearly, it's not a real thing. Like it's a quote-unquote theory, but it's ridiculous. Yeah, but like, it's just silly. Doesn't hold up anymore, that's for fucking sure. Or it never did. Let me be clear. Just because you can plausibly think about it. I remember the History Channel being much more of a thing back when I was a kid, but I don't know that it's like really that popular anymore, just because the dispersion of media is so grand with alternative media and YouTube and all that. So like the History Channel is like not really the place people go to for information anymore. Or like it's not like they went there for information, it's like it just seems like a more popular show than it will ever be now.
Loading concussion! Missed me?
I was on Snake's radar. Classic meme with the guy that looks like Rob Schneider says it was the aliens. Dude, I don't know who like any of these people are that you're referencing.
Mission complete. You have the enemy base.
Sorry, I'm hungry. I am in a mood because I am dying for sustenance. That is me. Open the gamba. Open. I said open the gamba. Why? Give me. Why? Bro. Why? What about Alan Watts? Have you heard of him, the philosopher? I have heard of him. I can't remember what for, though. I have heard the name. I've learned about a lot of things, but in a different way than traditional learning. So, like, a lot of the names and dates, like, they don't... There's not, like, a specific thing in mind. It's more of a concept of, like, what the thing is more what I understand. Only watch short videos about him. Let me just pull him up real quick. Alan Watts. British American writer and speaker. British and American writer, speaker, self-styled philosophical entertainer, known for interpreting and popularizing Buddhist, Taoist, and Hindu philosophy for a Western audience. Yeah, my sensei talks about this guy a lot, actually, or has mentioned him. I do Iaido, which is a Japanese martial art, and my sensei is super meditative, Eastern philosophy type of dude. React to Life and Music, please, from Alan Watts. You'll enjoy it. It's 2 minutes. Alan Watts official.
In music, one doesn't make the end of a composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest.
Yeah, I've
and there
heard
would
this
be
guy's voice
composers who
before.
wrote only finales. People go to concert just to hear one crashing chord, because that's the end. But we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct. We've got a system of schooling which gives a completely different impression. It's all graded. And what we do is we put the child into the corridor of this grade system with a kind of, come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. And yeah, you go to kindergarten, you know. And that's a great thing because when you finish that, you'll get into first grade. And then, come on, first grade leads to second grade and so on. And then you get out of grade school, you've got high school, and it's revving up. The thing is coming. Then you're going to go to college. And by Jove, then you get into graduate school. And when you're through with graduate school, you go out to join the world. And then you get into some racket where you're selling insurance. And they've got that quota to make. And you're going to make that. And all the time, this thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then when you wake up one day about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived. I'm there. And you don't feel very different from what you always felt. And there's a slight letdown because you feel there's a hoax. And there was a hoax. A dreadful hoax. They made you miss everything. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end, and the thing was to get to that end, success or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played.
Yeah, so that's the entire sort of like philosophy behind EIDO and other things, where it's not about the destination, it's not about the final product, it's about the journey the entire time, how you live the journey, every moment of it. Like, you're going through life. It's not that you're checking off a checklist. It's that you're living and breathing through each moment. Like, your identity is embodied by the being, the living, the act of living itself. Oh, it's purple. Please give me black ice. One I don't have already. Fuck you! Cringe. The dichotomy. Wisdom and getting rage baited. That would make for a good clip. Oh, by the way, rage baited by the universe, exactly. Something that I would like to introduce into my stream and into my kind of like content cycle is clips. If you join my Discord server, #ad, #shameless, you can go over the rules, very easy, very simple, very small amount of rules, and then react to your interests. But then you can go to your interests, like, oh, I'm interested in EIDO, or I'm interested in gaming, or whatever. And then you can upload clips of my stream to the clips channel in the gaming section. And then when I have clips to go over, I'll make a long form video reacting to all the clips on stream. So if you want a clip stream, send the clip to the Discord server in the channel. I can react to it later. I feel like that's a good way to make content. And so a lot of the clipping I've been doing myself, but as I create a community of people who naturally would like to clip my content, like moments like we just had, then, you know, that would be a good place to start. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself something to eat, so I'm not on an empty stomach. I've literally had nothing to eat today, and it's already almost 4 p.m. So I'll be back with some food in my stomach to fuel my body and my brain. Jesus. Okay, I'm back. I have food. Yeah, that would be one of my favorite rhymes from a rap song. Abso-fucking-lutely. I love that song. Based. I feel like Godzilla right now because I just put fucking piping hot macaroni in my mouth. Should I play ranked or keep playing dual front for that juicy fucking renown, baby? Give me some of that renown. Kablow. My granny got blown up by a bazooka. Fucking bullshit. Cringe. Bro, what the fuck? People just have to, like, keep their fucking shit on. Cringe. Kablow. I have to go now. It was really nice talking to you. Have a great stream. See ya. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate you coming and hanging out and chatting with me for so long. And it really helped me think a lot through stuff. And challenge my mind to be able to think and express what I'm thinking out loud. So I really appreciate it. I'll see ya.
You've accessed the hot zone. I'll keep you updated on any changes in the area. Prepare to capture enemy sectors and defend our own. You're out of bounds. Return to the active zone. Repel enemy forces and proceed to capture Op 4 sectors.
Loading new mag. Grenade out.
We have visual confirmation on Op 4 sabotage kit. The enemy's
It's just
sabotage kit
hanging
has
out.
been destroyed. Friendly drone deployed on you.
Bro, I didn't think I was gonna fall off. Ah, so annoying. Okay. I know what I need to do.
Setting up a diversion. Sector capture underway.
Swapping mags! No time to waste. I'm reloading. Here's a forgive-me-not. Adding mine! Shell hot!
He's literally 1 HP.
Changing mags!
Op 4 has destroyed our sabotage kit. First sectors are undergoing destabilization.
I was here.
Should have killed the buck first, man. Why? Why would you be here? Why would you be upstairs?
them out. Repulsion device planted. Swapping.
Okay, I'm feeling like playing something else. Oh my god. How? It's just like an unbeatable strat.
Getting close.
Why is she outside, dude?
You have captured Sector 1.
Proximity alarm online.
You don't have to defend it. You already captured it, guys. Go on to the next one, bros. It's stuck at 0. What the fuck?
The next enemy sector is vulnerable to capture. Get on it, operators.
About to take flight.
They're on top of the roof. This guy is genuinely insane. It's a beatable strat. I just need to not be stupid about it.
Time for an adventure.
Why the fuck are you there?
Reloading!
Stand by. Detected the enemy.
Dude, why can't I see in that corridor? Like, I couldn't even tell she was there.
Here's a snack.
Get ready. You have 1 minute until your assignment.
New magazine.
An assignment will be available in 30 seconds. We have lost Sector 1. Wire deployed. Op 4 now has access to our next sector. 10 seconds until assignment begins. Your assignment has been issued. Good luck.
Why doesn't the melee bash kill?
I'm reloading.
Destabilization has commenced in second sector.
Reinforce the wall. Loading concussion. Ready impact. Hello there. Loading concussion.
Now go now. Enemy sector is being captured.
Loading new mag!
Our sabotage kit was destroyed by Op 4.
Tundra's next. Impact. Brace for it!
Handing out a shell.
Ready for company. Razor bloom going out.
Ha! Nice.
Shock.
Object sector is now vulnerable. Defend it.
Reloading.
The second sector is under our control. This will rout them. You're leaving active combat. Turn around. Enemy sector unlocked. Deploying razor wire.
Passing flashbang.
Assignment failed. The assignment
Doorway
is now
barricaded.
critical.
The beauties are in place!
We love shields, man. We love shields.
Sector loss underway. Proceed to disrupt.
Alright, I'm so done, dude. I'm so done. I don't have it. I don't got it no more. Don't have it in me. Why would I play this when I could play Arena instead?
Scales of your character tendency. And if you have pure black or pure white tendency, you're getting amazing damage. Dark Souls 1 and the Quelaag's Fury Sword, probably the coolest and the best boss soul weapon in the entire game. It's a curved sword with ridiculous reach, and every single time that you swing it, it lights up on fire. Definitely one of the coolest weapons in the entire game. If only we could say the same thing about the Quinn's weapon too. Dark Souls 2 has plenty of unique options, but I think none are cool that Aetherian is. Great sword. I just love the aesthetic of having your weapon just light up in this effect every single time that you swing it. And in the case of the Ivory King Ultra Great Sword, it just gives it a bunch more damage and more range. Like this weapon is basically a fusion between the Zweihander and a lightsaber. Dark Souls 3 is by far the game that has the coolest amount of boss soul weapons.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I mean, Jin has a lot of skins. He's a fan favorite for sure. But I'm doing okay. I worked on my story today, my fictional book. Worked on that for a little bit. And got talking with the chatter about some stuff. A little bit of psychology. Reacted to a few things. Bro's rolling an orange essence. You have an orange aura. Okay. Whatever that means. How's your book going? The story is more in the world building phase of like more building it inside my own head, making sure that like I have a decent understanding of like the cause and effect chains of like different events and different characters and like the lore before really like writing it. Every third attack your on hit effects trigger. First strike and dark harvest. There we go. This is what I want. Do you like to read fiction? No, but I like to watch fiction, which I think is even better because it's all around a more intimate medium. more integrated. Oh, I forgot to use my fucking thing and buy boots. We lost. We giga lost. Bro, go this way. I wrote a book last year and it was a cool experience. Hell yeah. What was it? Is it also fiction? Or increase round damage when winning. Legendary items are locked. Kinda want 5 rerolls. Non-fiction called Meditation for Music Makers. Nice. That's something I might be interested in. Meditation is it's huge, man. And music is definitely one of the easiest ways for a lot of people, especially in the Western world, to like get in touch with it, I would say. That's the way I do, at least. Critical Strike Shard. Your 2 main interests, hell yeah, dude. Good shit. Should I spend my money? The answer is definitely yes. Oh my god, how is he not dead? How's he not dead? I watched another streamer who wrote 4 books on rationality. Yeah, rationality is... I don't know. I'm not as interested in the mechanics of rationality because I feel like I intuitively understand it much more, having spent more of my life doing it. But that doesn't mean that I won't eventually study it, like especially in school. So it's probably just hamstringer. On critical strike, apply a bleed, dealing 25% damage done. Hit over 2 seconds. This effect may stack any number of times.
Everyone wears a mask. I just chose to create my own.
Yeah, against 2 ADCs without items. Good one. I'm more interested in learning about meditation and consciousness. Like, rationality is kind of part of consciousness for sure. But it's also... I don't know. There's like a... I used to live my life very much more in like just the analytical realm of like understanding the universe and how it works. And now I'm a little bit more in the camp where I'm trying to just feel and use my intuition and my emotions to understand kind of like my own perceptions. Bro's going full damage trundle.
Perfection isn't good enough. I've been asked to do so many things. Shall blossom from your
Nice. Tap dancer, your attacks grant you move speed, gaining attack speed equal to 10% of your move speed. The giant size is going to be great.
The ecstasy of killing. I knew you would find it. Probably Axe Optics next. Bonk. Only to the audience do I show my true face. Hue omits pristine hardware. Discord is required for contrast.
I love Jin, bro. He's so fun. He's weaving, shoot him with armor pen. Let's go.
Which is the lie? The mask? Prepare your
Damn, bro. And I get gold for all that too.
breathe in the atmosphere.
That Shen's pretty strong. We are so fucked. I got ulted so hard. Dude, this Mundo is gigantic.
Is worth the pain.
Why is my damage capped at 900? That's insane.
Your heads are on the block.
Art must exist beyond reason.
I was polymorphed. What do you do? He's so fast. Oh boy. Yeah. It's fucking Jover, man. Like, how do you even... How do you even fight them? Using an ability grants 12 ability haste, stacking infinitely.
Through my work, all shall transcend.
Next time, revenge.
Dance with me. Prepare for your finale.
Is my damage legitimately capped at 900? I'm pretty sure the Shen and the Cat are gonna win this entire game. That's a lot of fucking HP. How does he have that much HP? 5% health per takedown, that's crazy. Interesting.
A selection from our wealthiest warlords.
You can't dash when you're polymorphed. You can't do anything. You can't fucking play the game at all.
So I go. Hey, never pick a fight you can't win.
They banned Set. So funny. You guys are both married to other people.
Competition and carnage reckoners. Will you earn their favor or die trying?
Bruh.
A strange creature watches with hungry eyes. Worry not, friends. She's restrained. Hurry now, swift as a fox, fierce as a wolf. Begin!
Demons take many forms. I hunt them all the same. Forgiveness is complicated.
Team Raptor won the round!
Another Azakana sealed.
Patience, friends. Our fighters will return soon enough. Spoils of war. Now yours to wield. A new reckoner enters the pit. Engage!
Humans lie. I do what must be done. Sometimes to save
Round over. You lost. Choose carefully.
Mind the ring.
Defeat! The round is over. For our prosperity and yours. The crowd salivates. Sate their hunger. Clash! Team Raptor won the round. Team Grump has been eliminated. A selection from our wealthiest warlords. Battle!
I died. Sad. What do I want to do? I don't know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. Fine, I'll continue writing. I consider a few different mythical creatures, like the dragon that is Shiro's Tsuba could be the celestial dragon's like heirloom or something. I don't really know. I imagine that for every major type of element that there is kind of like an outer god that is somewhat like responsible for it. And so the Aetherians lived in the outer atmosphere of the planet on top of sky islands, so they were very celestial, very like space oriented people, so like plasma, and the celestial dragon represents them. But because Kaze was Shiro's father, he is kind of represented by wind as well as plasma. And so I think the little dragon on the Tsuba can be like the celestial dragon. Kaze just means wind in Japanese, but I don't think Kaze the character will actually be able to control wind. But he may come from a village of people who would often meditate outside and they focused on the wind. So they kind of have like a ancestry of the tradition of listening to nature, listening to motion, which will come in handy later for Shiro when he learns to control the wind himself. Can you tell me the entire story up until this point, and then I can edit the parts that I need to? I'm just writing my story, so I'm flexible.
Oh, I love you.
I love you.
See you soon.
See ya, bye. Hello, my hair is fucking nuts today, man. I'm gonna put on my beanie so I feel better about myself. I need to diet again as well. Let's get a haircut. Okay, to clarify, the dome is the like the let's say highest tech and like highest population place. Well, maybe not highest population. Maybe most competent group of humanity that is trying to rebuild society. Everybody there dies except for Shiro. Shiro will end up killing the psychopathic boy by redirecting the psychopathic boy's arm to where the syringe that the psychopathic boy had been using to inject other people with whatever was inside of it from the medical lab. Shiro will redirect his arm to make him inject himself, and so it's an active defense rather than offense. And so Shiro will then wander off from the dome to try to find meaning. I think that from Shiro's point of view, he thinks his parents are dead. But I think Kaze actually stays alive. He will have... Wait, what? Hello? Hello? Oh my god, bro. Okay. The dome will take place over like Shiro's first 12 years of life. He will be kind of a lab rat, but he's still given decent privileges to go to the garden and to the self-defense classes and learn in school and all that stuff. But he will have interactions with multiple adults and a psychopathic boy and other children that he wants to be close to and try to make friends with. But his separation from everyone else makes it hard for him to build a connection with anybody because he has spent more time in the lab than anyone else being tested on because of his supernatural abilities. Eventually, the psychopathic boy, over years, will be pushing his boundaries, but when Shiro is 12 years old, the psychopathic boy will find a medical syringe in the medical lab full of like fentanyl or similar sort of substance that would be reasonable to find. I'll have to do some research to think of something, but then he will go around injecting people, causing the snowball effect of Ashen Ones, and Shiro and the psychopathic boy will have a conflict. The psychopathic boy will find Shiro, try to kill him too, and Shiro will have to learn how to redirect the psychopathic boy's syringe to make it so he injects himself, because Shiro doesn't think it's right to take someone else's life. The psychopathic boy does not survive clearly. Nobody else survives besides Shiro, and he will end up wandering upon the open world for the first time, and that will be the start of the next arc. I'm also going to rewrite a bit of the lore. Kaze drops off Shiro at the dome, but refuses to join the dome as an inhabitant. He has already tried joining a group or a city and identifying with society, but chooses ultimately to try to survive on his own. And he tells the people at the dome to basically assume that he's dead because he doesn't want to come back. He doesn't want to join society. Eventually, once the dome collapses and Shiro goes to wander, the two will meet again. They will not recognize one another. And then Kaze will be the mentor that Shiro finds. But I'm not sure if I want them to acknowledge whether or not they're related. But Kaze will have all of the wisdom and practice of listening to the wind to help Shiro master it. At the very beginning of the story, we are shown the normal ongoings of Leonis and Kaze's family, his older brothers, who are always tough and bantery and kind of a bully like temper, but in a way that they feel is justified, or trying to uplift Kaze to become like them. Kaze's mentality is more of a internal struggle with the identity of who he wants to become. He doesn't want to be a martial artist in the same way that they are. He doesn't want to be a public figure the way that they are. And his father as well, being like the head general of Leonis, gives a lot of pressure for Kaze to become somebody. But he knows that because he already has two older brothers, that they are much more in the spotlight anyway, and he doesn't want to chase a dream or a life that other people can more easily fill. And that's when the Civil War breaks out. He tries to find his brothers and his father, partially for protection, but also out of desperation. And he finds them all dead. And he doesn't actually go through any fighting himself. He just scraps and scrambles and runs and hides just to try to find them. And once he does, and the city has fallen, then he becomes a wandering Ronin. Kaze's entire family uses martial arts and meditation to understand the flow of battle, where the energy is stored and where it's coming from, how it moves, how it changes. And the most unpredictable thing is the wind. And so that's kind of like the ultimate challenge, is trying to predict the wind. Nobody is dismissive of it. They are all wanting to master it. And Kaze's older brothers did so better than anyone else. Kaze mastered the wind in a different way. The brothers kind of focused a little bit more on their influence on the wind with their physical body movements. But Kaze spent more time just observing the wind and understanding it and being able to predict when the wind would shift and how. And so it was kind of just different parts of the motion rather than whatever. We could brainstorm a couple of creative phrases that could be referred to. It's like the atmosphere is your breath, like the sky fills your lungs. Hey, babe.
That's my babe. Hey, thanks. Popping pearls. How was your day?
It's good. I spent the last hour doing follow up because I was like, so background info. If you see a complaint, it has to be reported. That's like point blank. See it, you say it. Like, don't fucking matter. You will get your ass chewed. And I've had my ass chewed for like wrong complaints and stuff. But today I was looking through it and I saw some guy and he was like, "This is a racist decision." And I went,
Yeah, you have to say it.
so I went and looked. He already had a complaint that was open and was being worked, and it was for the same reason, but it was escalated for other reasons. So I was like, cool, we'll just tack this on. Like, this, and this. So. And then during that, Chelsea was like, I need you to call this person now. Like, now. Because Talia's watching us. And Talia's like, mom's mom.
Okay.
Big gonas. But I was like, got you. I called, voicemail. Love to hear it. I want to talk to you. Typed up an email and I sent it. And then I went, fuck, I didn't edit that. But I sent it to Chelsea, my manager. She was like, no, I don't like this email. I was like, good, I don't either. Fixing it. Okay, good. But yeah, that's how I spent the last hour of my day. Was talking to no one.
Nice.
But giving the shareholders company value.
Sure.
SoFi Crypto has flamed. Like, was not as good as it was supposed to be. So, anyways, you're welcome for that. Oh, yes,
Yeah, sure. Right now? Okay.
Does that work?
I mean, yeah, I'm streaming, but. Well, I hear the wind. How windy is it outside? 68 degrees. Wind 7 miles an hour. Not bad, but getting close to scary.
How about let's just go tomorrow then?
No. Go both. It'll be good for me to be able to think. So, goodbye. We had good conversations today.